Well, welcome everyone. We're finally here. It's amazing, isn't it? We're actually to the finale for the Sovereign Sacrifice. Everybody go, yay! Okay. I know
Woohoo.
everybody's thinking that. Yep, absolutely. So it's been a long time getting here. We're very excited to get this going. I'm not going to go through the normal uh, description of what happened the previous, the recap of everything. I actually put a lot of that in the descriptions for both the last episode and will be in this episode. So it'll pretty much get you on par with where we were at. So after at the last session, you guys basically had just left or realized that Mary is Princess Mary is somewhere below, once again below the Savoy Hotel. You realize that she's actually in the same spot where you rescued Jessica previously. And while you were at the masquerade ball, you noticed that you saw that Dr. Richard Bamford was there, and Eusapia Palladino had made an appearance, which was shocking simply because you all thought she died or went down with the ship with the Artemis Campania. So you decided to go ahead and get things together. You decided to go basically shopping, so to speak, get what equipment you needed, flashlights or torches or lanterns, etc., and weapons as well. Like even Margaret armed herself with a shotgun, which is terrifying. But I just somehow or another just terrifies me. Anyhow, so you now, if you look on Roll20, I mean, you see that there's a subterranean path. That's what you guys kind of went through with this rainforest. It's very dark and damp, hot, unbelievably hot. It's amazing. You're in the middle, you're down in a cave that's probably hundreds of meters below the surface, and you now are in a cave it's just hot and humid. You hear sounds of wildlife around, but and occasionally see something slide in and out of the water that you're not sure quite what it was. Maybe it was a snake, maybe it was an alligator, you're not sure. But you had managed to come across, or at least Dr. Finley did. As you were walking through the path, he saw a particular individual who was out crying. It was a woman who was out crying in the middle of this clearing, and he realized at the time that you know this was someone who actually had recently been sacrificed. Her chest is cut open, her heart missing. And while he's engaging with her, Flauros, I guess, shows up and holds out a bag and drops it. Says, "Use it well, doctor." And they managed to find another book, one that's a lot more. Well, it's bound in some sort of skin, and you're not sure if it's human. It could be something else. It's not really time to tell. Skimming over it, it looks like really Johannes. Or did anybody? I think it was just Lennox and Dr. Finley that were aware of the book. Correct?
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And you also mentioned that the book had the word Keziah written
Correct.
inside the
Yes.
title. Yes.
Right. Keziah. Correct. So you are now basically you've traveled down this different path, stayed on the path, and find yourself in front of this temple entrance, which is uh, very old and like literally surrounded with all kinds of vines and stuff like that. It's basically, think of a temple entrance inside of a jungle. This is for the viewers. And it's a single doorway, and you hear sounds of chanting coming from inside the temple. And as you listen to that, you note that there's a familiar sound or familiar voice that you, oh, well, you just didn't expect to actually hear there. But it was Princess Mary's voice, and she was chanting, or at least it sounded like she was chanting. So What do you guys do? You're standing outside the entrance. As far as I know, you haven't come up with a plan of exactly what you're going to do or how you're going to do it. So leave that discussion up to you guys.
Can I add something to what you already said?
Sure.
Last session, you also mentioned that Father Ben Whittle appeared in front of Lady Margaret
Yep.
and told her that the book holds what is needed to stop the demon and also what the doctor wants.
Did Margaret relay that information to you?
No. Just
Yeah. Yeah.
saying.
So yes, correct. Margaret did that. That happened with Margaret. So
Yeah.
yes.
So I assume that uh, Dr. Finley and then Mr. Morgan arrive after the others. You're right when at the gate where we hear the chanting. So
Mhm. You're all pretty much standing outside. You're peering, kind of listening in, and you're all
okay,
ready. So yeah.
well, this is odd.
Odd is an
Mm.
understatement.
Yes.
Could say
Can
that
you,
again. I did not think that this was what we were going to meet down here. I'm sorry. Is this my ears, or do you also seem to hear the princess's voice? Is this Her Highness chanting there?
I
hear that
don't
too.
hear. I don't hear it.
I'm not sure if this is if I should be glad of this or no. I mean, I guess that means she's not being tortured or already dead. But why is she chanting along with this? Do you think she can't be one of them? She couldn't possibly, can she? They must have hypnotized her, ensorcelled something.
Lennox just looks at Dr. Finley. Right, they hypnotized her. Of course they did. Can I make out what the chant is about? If it's some occult background that I can make an understanding, if it's a summoning, a banishing, a
Right.
ritual in it, say.
We're going to say first, I want you to make a listen roll, and it depends on how well you do with the listen roll. But how much you can.
Okay. I'll spend the luck to make that a success, and
Okay.
given that we are close
Oh.
to the.
You reminded me. Everybody gets to roll a d10 and get that back in luck.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's important. So yes.
Okay. Well. Oops.
Before you do
that's-
that, Lennox, I would go ahead. Yeah, get that. All of you go ahead and roll your d10 and add that to your luck.
I rolled a d100, but I just take the 5 then.
Okay.
Right, so I had a 42. I need to burn 12, 27 points of luck to make that a hard success.
You don't necessarily have to do that.
Okay, then
I'll tell you that much. Just you succeed. But now I want you to make the occult roll. Make the occult roll.
Then, ooh, that's
Jesus.
a 2. I
Of course.
hear everything.
Everything. So, as you kind of you step a couple steps forward up to the actual entrance, and you just kind of turn and focus your ear into what's going on, and you recognize the language, at least to some extent, partially Latin, but then some other language that you've never ever heard before. But it does not sound like there's any. It sounds like it's sort of a preparation type chant. It's not. There's nothing being invoked at the moment. It's more of worship, so to speak. Yeah.
Yes, I can understand it. He looks at Margaret. The princess, you said? She seems to be summoned a demon from the depths of hell.
You do hear the words Flauros being used multiple times. So it's, yeah.
Yes, she's in league with them. She wants to destroy the world. This is the part, the part of the incantation, to summon and destroy the world. Yes, I remember it vividly.
I look mortally wounded and in league with them.
Okay. So what
Yeah.
do you guys do?
Lennox is just carefully stepping in, more out of curiosity than out of concern for anyone. It's his personal drive here that leads him forward. I think he reaches in
I
for his
tug on your
little
sleeve.
mice.
Wait up! Shouldn't we make a plan?
Yes, we should. I'll just
Yeah.
make sure there's nobody here. He kind of just like pokes as far as you let him, in a sense, to just see if there's people around or something, but like really stretches his limits.
Right.
Oh, yes. Sacrifice. I hear sacrifice. We need to come up with something fast. And I fear we need to consider the most ultimate decision.
Yeah, how does the general entrance area look like? Like, could
you
one
just-
presumably sneak in to gain some extra insights,
Is
or would
there-
one just like
Is there
walk into the
pillars
middle
to
of a
hide
bunch of?
behind?
Yeah.
Okay, totally get and understand what you're wanting to know. When you just all you do is peer in, and you see the cave is probably 10 foot wide, and the corridor leads down and curves to the right. You see glowing, what seems to be, you think it could be firelight from around the corner. Chanting is actually sounding pretty distant, but that's all you really see at the moment, just by peeking your head in.
I relay it that much, as far as I can see as well. But I urge that we make a decision
Could
fast.
sneak in to the to that turn off to the right, probably, and get a closer look from there. But say if we're well, if they're right in the middle of things already and we don't have the time, our prime objective is to stop the chanting, stop the incantation.
Of course, with any means necessary. He turns around and grabs you, Miss Playfair. Both arms, stares you right into the eyes and says, "Are you able to do what is necessary to stop this chant, if it means what it means?"
I take the shotgun off my shoulder and look right back, and I say, if she's doing this out of her free will, I will, but I can't promise.
You need to be strong of heart. You know that. He turns to the others. We need to make sure that what we do is in one team, not each by its own. We can only succeed together.
The 5 keys, I mumble.
Lennox just for a moment maybe twinges with his eye, like, "Oh yeah, right, there was something about that." And yeah, Lennox just takes out his little mouse and he talks to her in a very hushed tone on the side.
Right. Well, if this is the way to go, we should follow the path, but maybe one at a time. There might be traps laid in front of us, so I think that only one of us should lead the way. make sure that it's clear, then the rest will follow. I would do it, but my eyesight is not as good as it used to be.
No, Doctor.
Younger.
We need you in case something happens. I'll make the sacrifice. Won't we? Yes, we will.
Maybe you'll let me go ahead.
Single
I might
file,
be
you
more
say?
inconspicuous, Mr. Lennox.
What? What?
You're running into
Mr. Ricky was saying? What?
Be careful. I just want you to know I've been in your pocket. It also things in there. But I want you to know. You be careful. He's waiting for you. And the it's like this disembodied, in and out voice again that you've heard before, but it seems to be emanating directly from your mouse.
My mouth?
Oh yes, your mouse.
Don't hear this, right? It's only for Lennox's ears.
Correct.
Mr. Ricky, you were saying? I didn't catch that. Sorry.
His eyes is like he's looking at you, but he's looking 5 miles past you, through you. Johannes?
Maybe I should go ahead. I seem to be more inconspicuous than you will.
Yeah, maybe. I'm sorry. It must be the stress.
I shall sneak ahead and gesture for the rest of you. And that's what I do. I'll sneak ahead.
Okay. Make a stealth roll.
Hard success.
Okay. Very easy, very gingerly. You go in, the ball of your foot to the heel, just nice and easy, not making any sound. Immediately upon entering, I need you to make a POW check, please.
Cool. Another hard success.
Okay, so you're slowly making your way down the cavern, the slope, and it's probably maybe about a 35-degree angle. It's just kind of sloping down, and even though there is some gravel there, you manage to pick your way through it without making hardly a sound. When you look up, it seems the light at the end of the tunnel, that's kind of the ambient light that's coming from around the curve of the tunnel. You see the shimmer, as if you kind of rub your eyes for a moment. It's almost like it kind of faded in, and then it faded out, and then it faded back in. It's probably just, the heat. That's what it is. The heat.
Take a good smell if anything weird is in the air.
Well, yeah, you have, you smell a couple of things. Most poignantly, you smell incense. Pretty strongly. However, underneath that incense smell, you also smell, more appropriately, taste a coppery, metallic. As if it's blood.
So can I get safely to the corner from where the light is coming from here? Then
Sure
I'll
can.
proceed till there and try to take the most secretive peek ever.
Got it. All right, so I'm going to say that you go ahead and sneak your way up. You did very well with the stealth roll, so you sneak your way up and you peer around the corner. Before we go into detail of what you see, wonder what everybody else is doing behind him. Is there anybody else coming in, or is it just Johannes, or what's the plan here?
I'm picturing us eagerly huddled right inside the door, sort of waiting for Johannes to wave us in.
Okay, so he's
I might be
moved his way.
wrong.
I don't think Lennox would wait that long. He maybe gives him 10 yards or so, and then he follows.
All right, stealth check for you as well.
Oh yeah.
And then anybody who's following Lennox, stealth check.
Unfortunately, I stumble a bit and I drop the mouse and pick it up, but then kind of scatter forward and scratch on the wall to find some steadiness.
I think when
Oh.
I see Lennox stumbling, my tendency would be to rush after in case he needed help.
Okay. So also, I'm assuming, granted there is some light in the tunnel, but I'm assuming you all still have your light source. Is it a flashlight? Is it a lantern? What are you using? Just so
Just
I
a
know.
lighter, cigar lighter.
A cigar lighter. Well, all right. What about you, Johannes? Seeing as how you're in the lead.
Hmm. Do I hear what's happening behind me?
Oh yeah, you literally hear you hear Lennox kind of stumble a little bit, and he catches himself on the wall. Literally rocks roll down at your feet behind you.
Wildly for him to be quiet.
In other words, he's screaming, "I'm snaking!" That type of thing. So
First thing I do is gesturing wildly for him to be quiet before I sneak around that corner that I wanted to peek around.
Yes. Of course. I apologize.
Lennox stops and just crunches down and goes into a sitting position.
Okay. And who's behind Lennox? Is Margaret? I'm assuming you. Yes.
Yes, I would have left my lantern on the doorway, considering I need both hands to operate the shotgun.
Okay. All right, no problem. So you leave your lantern up at the entranceway. Dr. Finley, Erik, it's going to be you two backing this up if you're coming in. What are you guys doing?
Erik will wait to enter. Probably he will be the rear guard, so he will enter last.
Right. Then Dr. Finley will enter, but he won't make any attempts to, be stealthy, quiet, or he will focus on the book. He already tried to read it, but he failed miserably. So he will probably hold maybe a candle, or no. I think he was carrying some sort of a hurricane lamp, maybe an oil lamp or something, and he will
Okay.
walk straight into the tunnel, but his eyes will be on the book. He will be holding the book with his left hand opened up, and then using the lamp to illuminate the pages and try to figure out why can't he understand what it says. There must be something important in here. So he will probably won't even notice the others that are still around him.
Okay.
He's too distracted. He's usually more focused, but not this time.
I need you to roll a sanity check, please.
Oh.
This is from reading the book. So, you know,
Oh, okay. Yes.
and if you're trying to thumb through the book, even as mere skimming through it can cause loss. So,
Right. Your sanity. Let's roll this again. Fumble. Last time I tried Latin on the book, I rolled 100, and now again, going through the book, I get a
Book is truly
100.
cursed.
God.
This is cursed. Yes.
Okay, so I'm assuming this is you immediately go into a bout.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. So, because of that,
How much sanity do I lose?
oh, that's a very good question. So, you lose 5 points of sanity.
Okay.
Also, apologies, I'm trying to find this. I actually purchased some extra stuff for Roll20 that actually does the insanity stuff. Gotta find it.
And I don't know, maybe lose control of myself and start bending pages, tear pages of the book.
Okay.
Since I consider that they are useless to me, I cannot read them, so I'll start lighting them up with
Okay.
fire, burning them.
Yeah. So it's literally gibberish to you. You're looking at the
Yeah.
book, and again, you look up from the book and you look back down at the book, and it's as if there's a shimmer that's happening. It's you're not sure what this is. It's something is just not right. It's out of touch. It's and then you look down at the book. 1 minute it actually has writing on it, and the next that you're picking some words out of, and then the next it's just turned into an absolute just strange symbols, and then the symbols actually you actually see in there what looks like a chart of the galaxies or the galaxy itself, the planets, etc. Kind of a chart in there, but you can't understand anything that's written in it. So, and you're ripping it out. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to say for the next 5 rounds, you're kind of basically crouched down up against the wall and just pulling them out. You just stopped and just no, I don't like this. No, that's not right. And the rest of you, who especially Margaret, you notice, and Dave or Erik, you notice him do this. He just basically hunkers down up against the wall, and he's like, "That's not right." He's just ripping out pages left and right.
Right. So I will, hear him mutter behind me and look around and see this, and I click that this is what Father Noah was telling me about. I crouch down next to him. Doctor, you mustn't. Hang on, I had a message. I had a message from Father Noah. He said you needed this book. It's gonna be all right.
No.
It's gonna be
He's
all
dead.
right.
He's dead. He's already dead.
Yes, he is, and you know they speak to me, don't you?
No. Are you insane? He's dead. He's gone. He's not here. Right. Listen. This page is this. This is a part of the galaxy of the. How do they call it? I think they will call it Milky Way, or have they already done that? But look. Let me put this page here, and if you put the next page right next to it, oh right, it's now a larger part of the map. Maybe this is a star map. No, move aside. Now, put this page over there. Yes, and let's lay them out on the floor. Maybe it will show something. Maybe it's a map of everything, right? Maybe this is what we need. Maybe this is the key. No, don't touch it.
Yes, we need it, but I think this is not the time. I think maybe if you can gather up the pages and we check it out inside. Yes, no, maybe, please.
Oh.
Can I try and help him up, influence him in some.
I was going to call it persuade,
Mhm.
more than anything else. But I need to. Well, first off, Johannes and Lennox, you hear Dr. Finley behind you. He's not even trying to be quiet. He's literally just loud. No. He's arguing with Margaret about something. Margaret's trying to keep quiet, but about what they're saying. But yeah, he's if you glance back there and you see pages of old old text being ripped out and thrown up in the air, and then they're spread out on the floor. What do you guys do? Erik, what are you doing? Since you're right there.
Erik is very prepared for violence, so I was kind of, being vigilant, ready with the rifle.
Mm-hmm.
But when I see this breakdown in discipline, I turn my attention to the doctor, and if I see Margaret trying to kind of hush him and or persuade him that this might not be the time or place, I think I'll lend assistance to her by trying to look as menacing as possible.
Because I would, I
Intimidation.
would,
Then,
I would absolutely,
Yeah,
Mhm.
I would absolutely roll. Sorry, rather than push. I mean,
I'm sorry, I missed that
I
last
would
part
spend
there.
the luck to make that work.
Okay, so this is for your persuasion, right? Or what did you do? Which roll did you make? Sorry, I didn't see it. Apologies.
Yeah, persuade. She wants to spend 9 points of luck to make that a regular success.
Excellent. All right, no problem. All right, so you make it a regular success. So how do you want to react to that, Dr. Finley? She makes a good point, and you know what? Maybe we should do this right now. Maybe we should do it. Should be in more of a controlled situation where I can actually look at this with better light. The light in here is terrible.
All right. Let's pick them up. But maybe we should rearrange the pages, the order of the pages, okay? Oh no, they're not numbered.
Oh, this is going to be much easier in the light.
No. Close your eyes and start picking up the pages. This is how it's meant to be. And I'll shut my eyes using my left hand and randomly pick up pages.
Oh gosh, he's
Find
closing
them
his
up.
Lennox,
eyes. He's going to stumble too. I take his elbow carefully.
Lennox is turning to Johannes and kind of just whispers down.
The influence of the princess is getting stronger. She has reached the doctor. We need to do something quick.
Oh dear.
If you're on mute, I think, Johannes.
I'll try to finally find out what's on the other side of the corner.
Right. So, hearing all this going on behind you, you're like, all right, I need to focus. So you peer down the cave, and it goes down. You see what the light that you saw, the ambient light, was actually coming from a torch. It's on the side of the wall. But off in the distance, you see it still goes down. But you see, alternating one on either side of the wall is lit torches. But you do think you see entranceways, or like could be like doors, but it's more of an entranceway because there's no actual door in a cave. But you know what I mean? It's like an entranceway. A couple on the left and a couple on the right. And they're staggered. So you're not sure what's in there, but there's obviously there's some type of small room, so to speak. That you still hear the chanting, you still get that smell. When you peer down there, yeah, it's still the smell. It hasn't gotten any worse or any. It's the same. So you think it probably goes down maybe you're going to say roughly maybe 100 feet, or 50, maybe more like 50 meters. We'll put it that way. Trying to get the metric system for you guys.
Yards
Yeah.
equal meters.
Yeah.
I think Lennox would use the confusion and the sound that Dr. Finley does to just catch up with Johannes, just because like it's noise anyway, so you might as well just quickly like scavenge back to him and just approach him as close as possible.
To Dr. Finley or Johannes?
To Johannes Rika.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so, all right, so yeah, you hear Lennox kind of scuttling up behind you, and
We should
Does
advance.
Advancing, but does the next room, does it look, you said it's kind of small?
well, you really can't see. All you can see is the opening on the side. You know, it's up maybe, I'm gonna say about 3 yards. You know, about
Just
15 feet or so.
go forward slowly and stuff.
Okay.
Trying
Okay.
to not end up like in the middle of 100 of cultists by surprise. But
Well, you
like trying to figure out if there's an army somewhere, and if not, then
Well, you ascertain just from the chanting alone that most of it's further down in the cavern somewhere. Could there be other ones around? Possibly. So you make your way up. Because there's nobody specifically around. You stealthily make your way up to the next the opening on the left. Go ahead.
The moment Lennox has caught up, he would put like one of his hands on Rika's shoulders in order to like, you just guide, I just follow you, like see where you're leading.
Okay.
He doesn't
So-
want poor Rika to be alone facing cultists or anything.
Right. All right.
Why does-
So
why does this still make me concerned?
all right. So you make your way down to the entranceway here, the entrance to that small room. You kind of peer in. It's completely dark. You kind of, there's some ambient light coming from the hallway into it, but you can't see unless you're going to pull out a lantern or something. Your lighter does not afford hardly any light. It's maybe gives you like 2 feet in front. It doesn't really give you much light. You can stick it in there, but it doesn't. Yeah. So
But there was a torch along the way. Go back, grab that.
You're gonna grab that torch. All right. So you go back and grab the torch, and you make your way back in, and you start to peer in again. Before we do that, I want to hear what everybody's doing behind here. Margaret and Erik, and I know Dr. Finley, I know you're still probably, well, it's getting to where that's sort of subsiding now. You're kind of, she's actually spent time enough talking to you. You're like, oh, she's actually starting to make sense, and you know, maybe you're kind of putting things together. So we're gonna say that time has passed with the bout, and that when about the time that Lennox and Johannes get to that doorway, that's the time that you kind of clear up. So what are the three of you doing? Are you going to go in, follow them? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm very
think
inclined to follow.
Okay. I need all three. If you're all three of you are going, I need all three of you to roll a power check, please.
Okay, that's a success for me.
Yeah, no, not looking good.
Okay. So we'll start
I
with.
think I pushed it wrong button.
Yeah.
so-
Are you going to push it? Okay.
No,
I pushed the wrong button on roll 20.
Oh, right. It's okay.
Can
It's
someone
still.
read that for me?
Yeah, I can see that with yeah, because there's no penalty or bonus, so we just
Okay,
go by
good.
where it says 0, so
All right.
you failed. So
It's a fail. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
yeah. So let's start with Margaret. Margaret, you turn around after basically, getting all these pages of books together, and you glance at them as well. Are you actually trying to read anything or look at anything, or do you actually look at any of the pages as you're trying to help Dr. Finley?
I think I kind of don't have the attention span. I mean, I'm sort of, like trying to feel my way around the tunnel.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
Okay.
cradling the shotgun in the one arm, leading the doctor by the other, trying to not stumble, make any noise, not lose the
Got it.
doctor. So yeah,
Okay.
I'm just making sure he doesn't, like, I don't know, throw away
Well,
or something.
right. So seeing as how we've once you've got things together and the good doctor has sort of got his faculties together again, at least for the most part, you turn around and you realize that Lennox and uh, um, Johannes have already gone around the corner. But when you look down that way and you see this, the light, this ambient light coming from the hallway, you see a shimmer in there, and for a moment, everything blinks, and you are looking into a room where there's a table. So there's void around this table. There's a table in a white light, and there's a young man with kind of graying hair. He looks like he's young, but his hair is kind of gray, and he is wearing spectacles, and he's sitting in front of a two-way radio. He's like, come in, 4753, calling 4753, come in, are you receiving? And then it bamps out again, and you see the tunnel. You should make a sand check.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 6 points of damage, or 6 points of loss, and that's going to be about as well.
Mhm.
Oh, boy.
I was just one away from my floor, so that hits hard.
Okay, so without me having to roll on the, I like to put it in the player's hands. If you can show me or give me what you think your character would do in this moment, that's kind of along the same lines of what you would have as having a bout of insanity, then we won't have to do any roll on the one on the table. Okay, so what do you think that Margaret would do?
Well, I mean, there wasn't really that much of a resemblance, but having recently lost a slew of young men, the last of which Colonel Jeffries, who got murdered when he was, just in the process of telling me secrets. I think that was him, like in one of his military operations.
Okay.
And I have the idea that now I need to save him on top of everything else. I can make good on having betrayed, lost, led him into danger the last time, and now I can fix this.
Okay.
So now
So
I'm sort of look around, look for him, mutter his name.
okay. So you're kind of looking around for him, and for the next couple of rounds, you're kind of doing this. Erik, you look forward, and you see that Margaret has suddenly just started calling for someone that you've never heard of before. But then you peer into the hallway as well, and it's as once again you see a shimmer, and all of a sudden, bamf! You're sitting in that cave on the mountainside. There before you was 4 of the party members that were in your expedition. You're holding a knife in your hand, and you've just sliced off a piece of the lieutenant's thigh. And you look over to the the campfire, begin to walk over, stick it on the end of a stick so you can cook it, and bam, you're back into the and you have lost. Okay, you're lucky. 4 points.
Okay. Could have been worse.
Yep. And yeah, so you tell me how your character is going to react to that. I mean, you know, you haven't had a bout, but you're that's going to shake you. So, how do you think your character would react to that?
Yeah. Erik doesn't like to be underground, and he feels like the walls are creeping up on him. It's like being stuck in that cave, and the walls just keep creeping up on me. But outside is the cold, the white death, right? So you're kind of stuck between two impossible things, and for a moment, Erik hesitates and is about to just turn around and run back and try to make it to the surface, but then he makes the other decision, the survival decision. So he grits his teeth and kind of throws caution to the wind and mumbles like, "We have to cut the head off the snake." And then he kind of walks forward quite forcefully and not keeping stealth all that much in mind.
Okay. So, yeah, in addition to that, well, you were talking about being in that cramped cave, you get a little bit claustrophobic for a moment, and it's a little bit harder to breathe. The heaviness is in the air. You kind of, I don't know if you've ever been into a room or down into a basement somewhere, and it just felt, for whatever reason, it just felt heaviness in the air. Just, it's hard to describe, and you managed to power your way through it, and yeah. And poor Margaret is still seems to be calling for somebody you haven't heard for. And you guys that are you're at the entranceway, both Johannes and Lennox. You're at the entranceway of there, and you hear Margaret calling for was it Colonel Dupree? Was it, or Sergeant Dupree? I forget who.
Jeffries.
I remember.
Jeffries.
Sorry, Jeffries. Right. So yeah, Colonel Jeffries. She's calling for Colonel Jeffries, which you both know he was murdered in the office at the Savoy Hotel. He was murdered there. So, but she's calling for him, and so you hear this going on in the background. And as you peer in, you take your torch and you lean in. You put the torch into the room. It seems to be completely empty. It's maybe about 10, 15 foot kind of circular type room. But again, you see that shimmer in the air, and it's defying. You think it's a room, or is it a lake, or is that fog? What is that?
Lennox will approach right next to Johannes' ear, kind of just from behind, and just whisper,
The influence is spreading. My friend, we need to find the source and deal with it. The sooner the better. Do you hear that? She has a grip on them as well. We are the only one of sounder mind.
I'll press on forward.
After you hear Lennox say all this, you are startled to hear,
we couldn't hear anything.
Mm-mm.
did you hear me?
No,
No,
we
that
didn't hear
come
anything.
through.
Interesting. working. All right, so yeah, you hear this "get out" come directly from that room, strong and loud.
Both of us, or just Johannes?
Both of you. No, it was quite clear. You're right there. Yeah.
Yes, here, she wants us out. We must be on the right track. Come, my friend. I'm right behind you.
Pressing on.
Good, yes. You have a weapon, don't you?
I had been holding a pistol this entire time.
Good.
All right, so you continue your way down into the bowels of the cavern. The smell of incense gets stronger, and so does that coppery taste in your mouth. Both you, Johannes and Lennox, you have this smell and taste in your mouth. And for a moment, you hear Margaret calling, and then she just sort of stops. And you realize that you're in this cave again, Margaret. You're just in this cave, and you don't understand that this. Maybe it's the heat. It's the heat. It's this god awful heat. If you go further into the tunnel and down, it'll cool off. You're sweating profusely, and your face is red. Cheeks are red from the heat. Erik, she seems to have calmed down for the moment. Dr. Finley, Erik, what are you guys doing? We'll get back to you. Lennox and Johannes, sorry.
Well, Lady Margaret was sounded reasonable, so after picking up all the pages, she will hand these pages over to Lady Margaret as a gift. But he will keep the book. Okay? So he will just hand over the pages that he ripped off. And yeah, he will follow Lady Margaret, I think. Yes, he's well. Since Lennox is not around, he seems to be the only reasonable person around here. Well, Lady Margaret is the next best thing, right?
Okay.
I stuffed the pages into my coat pocket carefully, again, because I will really need both hands to operate the shotgun.
Okay. So you round, all three of you, I'm going to say that Erik, you come as well. All three of you slowly, even though you've been shaken by all of this, manage to gather your senses and follow up. And you actually see maybe about 20 foot down is Lennox and Johannes. And they seem all of a sudden for a second just kind of startled. They kind of jump back from the doorway a little bit of a chamber that they were looking into. And then they just kind of look at each other, confused. The rest of the party catches up to you, Lennox and Johannes.
Remember, we cannot trust them.
Before they arrive.
I announce to everybody now that the group is united, indicating at the doctor's book. I say, Father Noah told me he needed this. We will need his book. This holds the answer to whatever we need to do. I don't know how, but Father Noah said it would.
Lennox just gives Johannes like a look like, see, I told you so. They're all crazy. They are under her influence. But it's just like this look like, see?
Okay.
Why did you stop then? Well, I think I can hear this chanting, right? It's through that door.
I know.
Well,
We need to be careful, though. The influence of hers is getting stronger. I can feel it. Yes. Ah, you feel it too? Please, we need to continue. Johannes,
It's like
we don't have much
the
time.
veil is thinner here, isn't it? All the places are
He
closed.
ignores you and he's pushing Johannes now actively forward.
Johannes is pushing forward.
As you move forward, you start to. Lennox, for certain, you have heard of such things in your own readings. This appears to be a breach. This tunnel itself, this cavern system, must be a breach into another world. You can't follow your instincts, your senses, at least not entirely. It's as if you're in a dream world and not. Slowly make your way down a long passageway. It begins to open up again. And as you get to the end of the passageway, it's maybe about another 100 feet down. And you get down to the end of it, it turns again to a little bit to the left and opens up slightly, and you stop suddenly because there are two what look to be, well, cultists in garb of some sort. Need you to both make the first and lead need to both make a spot hidden.
You go forward. Lennox will continue to kind of hover next to Johannes and explain to him,
This is a veil thin between worlds. Do not trust your eyes, your ears. It will try to deceive you. It will try to make you see friend for foe. Do not trust what you see, but see with your heart. You know thy true self, and it will guide you.
and he's kind of like continuing implementing this idea of talking to him in a very monotonous, continuous voice that hopefully is different to what, like, it's memorable for Johannes. Because that's the whole point, a very memorable impression here.
All the while, you're hearing strange sounds, the strange things warbling by your ears. You hear wails in the distance. Creatures, things.
Hey. Hard success on spotting for me.
Hard success. Right. So you were looking at two of the two cultists that are basically, they're now about maybe 10, 15 for you. They're looking the other direction. They're wearing a red tabard or cloak, and on the back of it has, or I should say, the tabard is gold and has a red tentacle.
I just squeeze Johannes's shoulder and kind of point it out to him without saying anything, just making him aware of that so that he doesn't accidentally stumble on, you know, make him aware. Also.
Right.
Do I remember what the red tentacle signifies?
Make an occult roll.
Yes.
It's gonna have to be good.
Yes, I know exactly what it is. I absolutely know.
It's a fail.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, no. I don't know. He thought maybe you saw something like that was on for sale at the local gas station once. They were trying to sell worms for fish bait. It kind of looks something like that. You're not really sure where it's coming from. Yeah. Johannes, what are you doing? Go ahead. Sorry, Lennox. What were you gonna say?
No. I live in blissful ignorance.
Okay. I also want you to make just a quick roll on the side. We'll talk about it after you're done. Quick roll on your ESP. And
Me?
Johannes, go ahead. Sorry.
No, should I roll for it or Johannes?
No, you have the ESP. Johannes has clairvoyance. So yeah, you. So Johannes, what are you doing? He points out that this. Okay, so he points out this tentacle, this thing on the back of the tabard. This is strange because the only cultists that you've seen so far have been the Judas Society, and you know that their symbol is usually the silver ball and the 3 gold X's, etc. So, who are these people? You have no idea. Do you have a cult?
I shall roll that occult.
Okay, who knows? You might get a odd 1 or something.
And I got a proper
You're
fail.
just missing 1 more 6.
That would be an automatic critical success in the occult roll.
Yes, it would probably. Yeah, he rolled a 66, folks, for watching. So, yeah, you're not sure who these people are. You see that they're both armed with, it looks to be that they have pistols. So, what do you guys do? The rest of you are piling in behind, or I'm assuming you're following down the tunnel. Okay. You're also seeing all of these, hearing these noises, these strange things. It's as if you've entered into a completely different world. So you get up close up. You're kind of around the corner, just behind Johannes and Lennox, and they have stopped. And they're just, you see Lennox kind of point around the corner to, you assume that there are a couple cultists here, like guards, and yeah.
Do they
They're
have
paying
their
it-
backs on us?
Yeah, their backs are to you because they're paying attention to the chanting that's going off in the distance.
Uh-huh.
They know that something's going on here. You know, Lennox, this is a ritual of some sort in the beginning, the stages of it. So they seem intent on that. So, at least now. So what do you guys do?
I'm fairly eager to catch a glimpse of these cultists. I like try and g- look over Johannes and Lennox's shoulders to see
Okay.
what we're up.
So you see 2 what appear to be cultists. They're wearing robes. The robes are black. There's a golden tabard that goes over the top of the shoulders and back that has what looks to be a red tentacle on it. They are wearing hoods over their heads that are red as well, and they seem to flop over to one side.
Right. Well, they
have
look
a cult?
scary, all right. I stifle a gasp. I do. And I take a closer look at the tentacle. Oops, sorry, that went through twice. That's a regular success, though.
You know, you've heard of, in your own studies, some references to something called the cult of the bloody tongue. But, and that, you think that might be its symbol. But the strange thing is they worship some, faceless god, as far as you know.
I sort of half gesture, half whisper this to the others as quietly as I can. It's like bloody tongue, faceless one.
If Johannes is looking back to the others and Lennox sees this, he just notions again to Johannes, like,
See her madness, it's spreading.
Yeah, one of them that you guys are speaking, even whispering, one of them kind of starts
I was
to turn a little bit.
wondering, what does my ESP do? My regular success? Because I
Correct. You hear literally kind of echoing in your head the thoughts of one of the cultists directly in front of you on the left hand side, and you hear him speak of, finally, I will be able to find. I will be able to know. I know all things. I will be a god, or all the rest of them. I will eat of all that is mine. Blood. I finally. It's kind of his general overtone.
Perfect. Since I do have telepathy,
Yes.
can I... They're both holding the gun, right? So can I make the gun point at from one of them to the other one's head and pull the trigger?
Well, this is not telekinesis. This is telepathy, which means that you can speak with your mind to the other one.
Oh, okay.
You could freak their shit out.
Oh, right. Telekinesis, yeah.
Right.
Well, no,
risk...
exactly. Nonetheless, that still works. I put that vision into their head, or I want to put that vision of one of them raising the gun to the others and give him kind of like,
I will kill you. I will murder you. You shall not get the truth. I will.
and have him hear the voice of the other one in his head, like he wants to betray him.
Okay, this is possible.
Can you do it to both of them at the same time?
Well, no,
That's
let's do one at a time. Yeah, let's do one at a time.
Yeah, let's start with just trying to get one here, and you're still gonna have to roll really well to get this done. Right.
Let's see. That's on the spot. Oof, that is a lot of.
You could. It's up to you. I mean, it's gonna have an effect regardless. It's gonna go off.
I know.
How effective it is, that's a whole other ballpark.
Well, can I want to push it. I think that's the best chance here. I want to push it to the extent that I potentially present myself and expose myself in his mind where I'm standing, that I scream so loudly in my head that it, he can hear me, see me. That would be potentially the consequence of that.
Okay.
Well, here goes nothing, guys.
Yep. God.
Thanks for watching.
Let's go.
Thanks for watching. Oh, it's still a success. So
it doesn't matter. So okay, that's fine. So you project your mind, your thoughts, your intent directly to the cultist on the left, who's originally one you had heard his thoughts come from. Okay. And you basically scream, "I'm going to kill you. I will kill you now." And it's he's freaking out over this. He doesn't. He looks over to his partner, to the guy there. He looks over. "What did you say?" The other one just, "I said nothing." "Did you say you're going to kill me?" "Of course not. Today." Kind of about it. They just kind of, the other one's just kind of shaking his head, and your voice is echoing in his mind, and he actually drops his gun, puts his head up to his hands up to his head, and is like, "Erik," because your voice is echoing so hard.
I just squeeze Johannes' shoulder. Like, now is your time.
Okay.
Is anybody else? Where's the rest of the Scooby Doo stack?
They're all
looking around the corner.
Your Scooby Doo pack is all behind you. Row, Raggy.
Then I
Can
would
I
see
ask
if I could
if
Go ahead.
sorry.
if I could take a glimpse at Lauritsen, because if we need
Yeah.
to take them both out at the same time,
Yes, I'm obviously Erik is ready with the rifle. What I want to do is assess the room. Is there anywhere? How does the room look? Is there anywhere I can position myself to have a good vantage point or whatever to take a shot with the rifle?
Well, from around the corner, you have a clear. You're literally within 10 feet of each one of them, so it's not that far. Okay. So if you you're gonna probably, unless you roll terribly, freak out or whatever, you probably hit them. The problem is one, you're in a cavern. Two, you're discharging a firearm in a cavern. Three, it's right next to everybody else's head in a cavern. So it could it's an issue. But the thing is you look on into the room. All right, you said you wanted to scan kind of the scene. Now immediately Lennox and Johannes were paying more attention to the two guys directly in front of them. But beyond them, they could see sort of an opened up. There's several torch lights all around. There are some electric lights in here, but there's not many of them. And it seems like there's cable coming from somewhere to these electric lights that are sort of like floodlights, so to speak. But you see multiple people in robes, the cultists, you're thinking, but they're all in single file formation. And they all seem to, there's like 5 different lines. They're all going in one direction. Just you hear the chanting coming from them.
Are they all heading towards one point?
Off in the distance into the darkness. You can't see.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I realize the acoustics of firing a rifle. Is it possible to move into the room and stay hidden? Is there any
not without getting
cover
past these two,
or
without
anything
getting
to hide behind?
Yes, there are multiple different stones and things that it's a cavern, but again, it's like literally you've taken a subterranean cavern with stalactites, stalagmites, and you've put jungle fauna in here. So you have stones with stalagmites, etc., and around with a bunch of plants, etc. So yeah, there's lots of cover. But right now, there's no way in here without dealing with these two guys first in some way or fashion.
Okay, so we need to get past these two, and it's hard to go further in without them being in the way.
Unless you want to, completely, let them know you're there.
No,
Yeah,
what
you
I'll
can't get
do,
past it.
what I'll do is that from the vantage that I have, I'll take aim on one of them and kind of keep my weapon primed on him or her, and be ready to take action and kind of just wait and see what happens.
Okay, welcome back. We had to take a little quick short break there, but we're now back to the rather precarious scene where Johannes and Lennox, well, the entire crew, the Scooby-Doo crew, as it seems to be, is standing behind two unsuspecting cultists. There you go. And he's standing behind two unsuspecting cultists. One of them is literally holding his ears because he thinks he's going crazy, and he thinks the guy across from him said something to him as he was going to try and kill him, but he's not sure, but he literally drops his gun in the process because his head is killing him from the whole ordeal. And this was all caused by Lennox, of course, using his ability. And so there, our group here, our wayward group of investigators, are trying to figure out how they're going to move forward with this situation, how to do it without dying.
And without alerting everyone in the cave, everywhere
Exactly.
of our.
Right.
Which then would
I
be
mean, we
followed
could
by
easily
the dying.
just take
So,
them,
I mean, you know.
take them down with the guns, but then we feel like there would be more cultists coming.
There is such thing as knocking people out.
Yeah, that's what I will try to gesture that we should attack them from behind. The most important thing is to silence them, and then everything else will surely
Or
work out fine.
a nice, rifle butt across the back of the neck does wonderful things. So, okay. So, well, first off, was that what
I do
everybody's?
have a knife, I think.
All right. So it's you two in front. Really, they can actually do anything outside of the folks in back, because if they have weapons, they're not going to be able to reach them melee. So it's just you and Lennox at the moment. So you tell me what you're going to do exactly. You will have, if you're going to try and knock them out or hit them with something, you will have a bonus die, simply because of the fact they have no idea you're there.
I realize I have a blackjack.
If
Yeah.
Nice.
you also have a knife, so if you point this out, Lennox will kind of like tap. Like he is still focusing on distracting this guy telepathically. So
Okay.
he will just tap you because he doesn't have any weapons on him. So if you allow, he would just hold a knife out of your sheet and put it into like his what is it called, belt?
Yeah.
Just to strap it to his belt.
Okay. So tell me what you guys are doing. Exactly.
I have a blackjack. I literally have a thing that is made to knock people out from behind.
Well, okay.
Let's go.
All right, let's make that brawl.
Lennox is following.
I'll stay on Overwatch and be
Okay.
ready to fire unless in case things go south.
Got it.
I am very unbrawly. I will not attempt any funny business.
Oh, dear
Oh,
God.
for crying out loud.
You can spend luck for that.
Do I have luck? I surely will spend luck for that.
Yeah, it's going to be a chunk. It'll be 12 points at least.
No problem.
Yeah,
I feel this is the situation to do so.
kind of
No,
important.
I think Lennox will not. Well, he is continuing to distract him using his telepathy, so I don't think him starting to brawl would break the distraction, right?
Right now, his head is splitting, and he's just trying to hold on his head. He's not really paying a whole lot of attention. So
Yeah, but like as long as I can make him split his head and try to invade his mind, if that helps.
Yeah,
if that helps more than me, like just whacking at somebody, because it seems like I established a connection there.
No, you did, and it's going to keep him sort of incapacitated, sort of for the time being.
Then I'll keep on doing what I did.
Okay. So you strike. Roll your damage, sir.
Oh, he failed.
Oh, but he was spent luck.
He spent luck for it. Yeah. It'd be 12 points of luck, but yeah. So.
If that works, and I think he rolled 3 damage on that one.
Okay. All right, you pummel him and hit him pretty damn hard. He's not completely knocked out, but he falls to the ground, prone. So,
well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
I hope to time this with somebody else attacking the other one naturally.
what do you guys need to work together here?
I know. Lennox is just tailing Rika here at the moment.
Right.
So if any one of the other followed, that would be the time to act. I guess.
Come on, Margaret, take the shotgun butt and knock him across the back.
Oh,
No. Don't influence him.
I literally have no brawl but base. That would be a
never
very
mind.
poor
I
move.
feel either Erik should do that or the doctor should just syringe them
Yeah,
or whatever.
doesn't
No,
the doctor have like a helpful stiletto, scalpel rather?
If none of the others followed, then I'm just gonna say I'm gonna take the knife that I just so solemnly took out of Johannes Rika's sheath, and I will just lift it up and just stab the guy, probably in the back or neck area, wherever I hopefully hit him, if
Pay
possible.
attention to Johannes right now.
Ooh, no, that's a fail.
Okay, never mind. Okay.
Screw it. I'm gonna spend the 25 points of luck.
Oh my God. Okay, you sure? Okay.
I got luck to spare apparently, so.
Okay.
It's the last session. We're not gonna
so-
take it home.
Exactly, and it seems like a good opportunity to show that I'm a good guy. So yeah.
All right. So do your damage, and I believe it's
6 points of damage.
Oh, he's down and out. Absolutely. Yeah, the guy he's literally holding his head, and you basically come over with an overarching strike with your right hand and plunge it directly into his heart, even from behind. It was
Yep.
it was amazing. So
he pulls out the knife again and just like, I think he turns away for a second, like as if like he's shaking his head, but all he does is like lick the knife to taste the blood before he kind of sheathes it again. And yeah, that's what Lennox does.
I worry about you.
Margaret looks on very concerned.
I bet.
Oh, yeah, so the intent is not to let you see this, right? Like,
okay. No,
I mean, you
fine.
stood in front of me.
Yeah,
Well,
I know. It's still like, you know.
I mean, really.
You probably get the
Okay.
idea, like when he turns, that there's.
I mean, your back
there's,
is
some
turned,
streaks of blood. Yeah.
Yeah. I totally must have, like
Eric
misseen
sees
this.
it, but he approves. So
All right, so now that was your surprise attack, and so now, unless somebody else is actually going to do anything else, I'm talking about Margaret, Erik,
No.
and Dr. Finley, because I don't know what else you might do, but
I'm just
you let me know.
just waiting to see either Princess Mary or anybody else that I feel needs rescuing or shooting.
Okay, so all right,
Lennox
so
picks up a gun from the guys.
okay, so all right, you're armed with a pistol now. It's just a 38 revolver. Okay,
It's a
So-
D8.
I think so. I can't remember off the top of my head, but
Yeah, probably.
So now we go by dex. So who's got the highest dex? I should have written this down. Okay, so it'd be you, Johannes. Okay.
60 for me.
Yeah, 60 for.
So
I
that's
think
right.
you-
Both. Oh, so it's going to be Johannes, Margaret, who apparently is like had some athletic days. Very good. She was a broad
It's all
jumper.
the grouse
Something.
shooting and horseback riding.
There you go. So so Margaret's going to be second, and then it's going to be a tie up between Lennox and Dr. Finley, and then Erik, where are you at in the spectrum?
53.
Well, okay, so you are last. You're pulling up the rear. All right, and our guy So he's actually all right. So yeah, Johannes, you are first, sir.
I feel I am in brawl with somebody.
Yeah, you clubbed him pretty damn good, and he hit the ground. You know, the blackjack just cracked him right back of the head, but it wasn't quite hard enough to knock him completely out. But you have him in a position where you can definitely strike him again and finish the job.
Shall strike him again.
Okay, make your roll.
Do I get a bonus die because he's literally prone?
Absolutely, yes, you do. So,
I feel. Oh,
my God.
Oh.
Okay, so
You would have thought
maybe
I've never hit anybody.
Maybe Lennox's words were a bit distracting because he's like,
Yes, you need to finish him off. We cannot be detected.
okay, so literally, as you're literally trying to pummel him over the head again, he manages to scramble his way out of it. This guy must have been a pro wrestler, because he literally scrambles away out, pulls his, he blocks your striking blow, and manages to scramble away, and has gotten up to his feet. Although he has dropped his gun. So that would be Johannes. Unless you're doing it, I think that's it. That's all you can do right now. So Margaret, what are you doing?
Well, considering that the guy is already down, I think it does seem
again.
tempting to try and strike him over the head with the butt of my gun at
No,
this
no, no.
point.
Again.
He actually, yeah, he's up again. He scrambled to his feet just because poor Johannes didn't quite hit the
Well,
mark.
again, like he was down, at which moment I turned over my gun in my arm. So now I will try and strike him for whatever that's worth, because I apparently hit like a girl. We'll see
Okay.
how that goes. I mean,
Holy shit.
I have no idea how much damage that does.
It's going to be
1d3 plus damage bonus.
Yes. So yeah, whatever you, no,
I
she's not going to have
no
damage bonus for her.
bonus.
Yeah, I was going to say no.
Although are you using the butt of the gun that at least feels like
Yes.
before or something?
I don't know.
Blunt object, 1d4.
1d4. So go ahead and roll that. And then yeah, just as you try to thump him over the head, he scrambles up to get to his feet, Johannes. Margaret just immediately steps in. Yeah, Margaret immediately steps in and just thumps him directly in the forehead. He gets up, he looks straight. As soon as he gets his head up and looks up, he sees the butt of a shotgun going directly for between his eyes, and out like a light, he hits the ground. Way to go, Margaret.
Well, that was satisfying.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome.
Are we out of combat then?
You are right now. You are technically out of. You've killed one and completely knocked out the other. Now, it's up to you whether or not you're going to leave him. How you're going to leave him?
Well, Lennox.
You decide.
Lennox is going to look at the others and look
I'm
at the guy who's
mildly
unconscious at the ground.
Tempted to grab his tabard and use it to conceal myself. How feasible is this?
Oh yeah,
was what I was thinking of as well. Yes.
Might be a little long on you. He's a little taller guy.
Well, it will fit.
It's good enough.
Someone.
It will fit. You're gonna have to hold it up on the sides and like.
I mean, I just have to be on the. It just has to be on the two people in front, right?
Yeah.
So.
Doctor, how about you help me take
the rest of the gang can behind. Exactly.
So you're gonna get both of them, both of the outfits. One with the guy who's got blood all over it, which.
Well, isn't.
Well, you know, yeah.
What color did they?
The lighting isn't that great.
The tabard is definitely red. It's just the gold part. Not the tabard, but the cloak is definitely. The robes are definitely red, bright red. It's the tabard is actually gold colored with the red tentacle. So
yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, it's gonna
Let's just
look
grab
like
the
the
ropes
blood's gonna
then.
look like it's coming from the red tentacle. You know, they're like, "Oh, that's cool." His fellow cultists are gonna go, "Wow, that's cool. I need to do that to my tabard too." So, it's awesome. So yeah,
I do want to inquire Dr. Finley's support taking off the unconscious man, not the one that I stabbed, but while undressing the unconscious man, I'm just going to look at Dr. Finley with my knife in my hand and just await his approval nod as I kind of just lift it up to his chest. Well, not to Dr. Finley's chest, but to the guy's chest.
Well, I think that all this time, Dr. Finley was busy turning off pages in
Oh
the
yeah,
book.
no, I that's
But yeah, yeah,
he's
and
aware of your distraction and he's
yeah,
utilizing that.
yeah. I'll probably see you, and I'll just note positively. Do
Yeah,
it, do it.
he bends over and takes off the clothing and just like leans over to him. I'm sorry, my dear friend, and then at the same time kind of stabs him in the heart. And
okay,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
With the stab of the heart, yeah, he lets out a yell. Which is generally speaking, is better to the throat than because that way he can't scream. He was only knocked out, so it woke him up for a moment, and then he died. So, fortunately, I rolled and nobody picked up on that, so you're good. So, what are you guys doing?
Am I good though? Am I?
I don't know. God knows. It's a possibility. So the stream of these cultists in robes that I told you about earlier, you did see them. It's already exhausted out. There's nobody in the chamber now. It seemed like maybe you saw a total of 50. It wasn't an incredible amount, but it was, maybe 40, 50 total, But they seem to all have gone down further into the cavern, and it's pitch black down there. You can't really see from your vantage point because you're at the entranceway.
I think we
Did
take
we
both the weapons.
distribute the two guys' guns? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Let's not
I have
let these
one
let this
because
go
I
to
have no
waste.
weapons.
Okay. All right.
Doctor?
So
Somebody else need a gun.
Eric?
Erik has a gun.
he's got a
Yeah,
rifle.
he got a
Mhm.
rifle.
I think he's the best of everyone with a gun.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, you know.
Well,
Mhm.
how about
Well,
how
offer
about the
it to
little
the doctor.
handguns
I
who,
don't
you
think
know?
Okay.
Yeah, we distribute the guns. Let's just say that. But handing off the, we should conceal Miss Playfair. Clearly, she's the most outstanding in this congregation of men walking down here. And Miss Ricky, maybe you should wear this one. And he kind of puts on. Sorry.
Lost Dave.
Lost Dave.
Yeah.
Yep.
Give me a sec.
Sure.
Well, I slip on the red robe.
He Miss Playfair gets one robe, and potentially we hand over the bloody one to Mr. Johannes Rika because at least he's a man, so if they search him, that it doesn't seem weirdly, at least from what we know.
So let's see. We'll start with Margaret. Margaret, whenever you grab the tabard or the cloak itself and the tabard, and you start to kind of get into this thing, you stare for a moment at this red tentacle. You begin to get nauseous. You don't want to even look at it. It's something's not right. You see the light seems to shimmer in and out around it, and Yeah, it's definitely make you turn your head away as long as you don't look at it. But literally, if you stare at any moment longer than a couple of seconds, you will start to physically get nauseous, like you're going to upchuck. So, just want you to know that. And it's the same goes for you, Johannes. Same thing. Okay, you look at that tentacle, and it's for some unknown reason, it's all you can think to yourself is, "This is wrong. What is this? You don't understand the shimmering. This is not. This can't be happening. This is not natural. No, this.
Like, I guess we're better the moment that we actually have it on, so we can't look at it anymore.
Correct. But I'm just giving you the heads up. This is how it's giving your feeling as you're, pulling this thing on. And then on top of it, you got a nice warm on your back there, Johannes, from the blood.
Oh.
It's gross.
It's gross, but if that was my worst
love-
problem.
Yeah. So, all right. What are you guys doing?
Well, Lennox is just, as he hands over the cloth to Sarika, he leans once more close to his ear.
Do not be fooled. We cannot trust anyone but yourself. Remember that. Do not trust me, do not trust any one of us, but trust what you think is right. Her influence must be stopped. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Do not be misguided in the task.
And I need all of you to make a listen check, please.
Cool. Oh yeah, that's a fumble.
Okay.
Actually,
Fumble
if it
and
was worth it, I'd be happy to make it a hard.
It's not. You don't need to spend the points for that. So the regular success is enough. Off in maybe about to the right, and behind some fauna, it looks like there's a couple mites that are kind of sticking up. You hear, "Hello, is someone there? Could someone give me a hand, please? I'm tied up. Is there someone there?"
I nudge whoever's standing next to me, possibly Johannes, in the ribs. Point
I
that way.
squeeze him on the shoulders.
Margaret, you distinctly hear. It's your brother's voice.
Oh dear. I nudge Johannes again. There's a prisoner behind there. We need to save him.
I'm sorry. Pardon me. Hello, anyone there?
Do I hear anything?
All of you do. All of you do. At that point, all of you do. You hear them.
Lennox leans into Johannes.
Be aware. It is the witch that calls upon the devil. She will misguide us with any means necessary. Do not trust, do not believe what you see or hear. Be true to your heart.
I mean, I guess it's fair to assume that whoever is hidden behind there will be safe for the moment. And nobody seems to be.
Everybody seems to be gone in the chamber. Yeah, they've all have gone somewhere below, following the chanting, which continues to happening down there. It's getting a little bit louder now, clearly louder now. Johannes, I need you to make an occult check, please, real quick.
Of course I can.
Well, wait a minute.
May I offer you something different?
Yeah, what I need is a roll that's going to be their ability to recall information. So
Intelligence
the
or
flat
education?
intelligence,
Idea?
yeah. Or
let's go with
education,
intelligence.
depending.
Idea.
Let's make it intelligence for this one.
Well, I of course fail.
Jesus, you are rolling terrible today.
It's not just today. This character has consistently had bad luck.
Oh my god, that's like literally almost a complete fumble. All right, never mind then.
Dr. Finley will step into the chamber and go towards the voice with the book.
Okay. So you've got the book in your hand.
Yeah.
And you walk over to where the voice is at. You go around this big ass bush, and there's a stalagmite there, and laying on the ground in a small, patch of grass that's now been kind of flattened down because apparently he's been laying there for a while, is a young man probably in his 20s. He's wearing a khaki shirt and shorts, like Bermuda style shorts, boots, and his hands are tied behind his back. He said, "Oh, thank God, someone's here. Please, if you don't mind, before they come back, yes, please. You have a knife. Just cut me loose, please. Yes, please."
Oh, who are you, sir?
Oh,
What's your name?
well, you're absolutely right. Introductions are first. I am Arthur Playfair.
Playfair, you said.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes, you've heard of us. Are you from England?
No, but Margie? Margaret?
I
Did you just...
had been sort of, like keeping my eye on the doctor as I saw him making towards her. I was sort of like, just keeping guard for him with a gun trained. But now as he waves me over, I
Okay. So...
best I can without.
And you see Arthur laying there on the ground, his hands tied behind his back. He says, "Margie, what are you doing here, Margie? Oh my God, you've got to get out of here.
How
We've
far
all
is this
got to
away?
get out of here." I'm sorry.
How far is this away?
It's about maybe 50 feet from where you're standing. Around, it's off the main pathway. Actually, there's multiple different paths going through all of this. It's all worn down, obviously footpaths from going different directions. But this is around the
Well,
corner
before
behind.
Margaret heads over, and when the
Mhm.
doctor's yelling and whoever's yelling there, I will shut all of them up.
Okay.
How do you do that?
By shushing them.
And so you round the corner, you see Arthur laying on the ground, and he's like hollering, how did you get here? You
I put
shouldn't
my
be
hand
here."
over his mouth, as we, I presume, try and free him. I'm actually, I'm super not concerned at all. This is totally not impossible. That bloody Eusebia witch should have been drowned just the same as Arthur, and she was there, so he can be here. This is fine. This is
Okay. So you cut his bonds. He said, "Oh, thank you very much. Okay, let's all get out of here now. We've got to go. Really, we need to go now. You can't stay here. Awful things are happening."
No, wait a minute,
no.
Arthur. What was
We need to
going on?
stop the ritual.
"Oh, I've already taken care of that. I have. I was able to. They had this blood that they were supposed to use as part of it, and I dumped it all in the swamp nearby. I did. So they can't do it. They can't do the ritual. So we just need to get out of here. So they'll kill us
They're
otherwise.
just gonna.
We should go."
They'll just meet somebody else. No, we need to stop it once and for all. I get a bit suspicious now that
Make a psychology check.
he seems to wants to stop us stopping them. That's how he always gets in trouble.
Okay, well, yeah. As far as you can tell, he's 100% spot on. You don't get anything odd. So
Can I also try psychology?
yes, you certainly can. Anybody else is standing there hearing this conversation?
Failed. Nope.
Okay.
Can I do a psychology on Dr. Finley?
Of course.
I just want to understand how he's doing right now and what, how he is. What's going
Okay.
on with him?
Yeah,
Just a
that's oh wow.
That's a fail.
Yeah, that's a fail.
We're not
Well,
very
Arthur,
psychologically
can you tell
inclined
us
just
what?
now.
Yeah, can you tell us what was happening? What's happening around here? Why were all these people chanting?
They're into this crazy cult thing. They like
Right.
they've done sacrifices with animals.
And
It's quite gross, I must tell you.
and what the hell are you doing here then?
Oh, they captured me. They were going to hold me for ransom, from what I understood. They tried to contact my father, which is of course quite wealthy, and they were going to. Yes, they were holding me for ransom, but as I've said, I have taken care of it. They need this blood, and I've dumped it into the swamp, so they can't do the ritual anymore. So it's all right. I assure you, but we can't stay here. They will kill us all if they find us here. Come on, Margie, you got to believe me. This is not right. We can't stay here.
No, we've
I'm
got to finish
whispering
this.
Margaret
We've
to
got to. You don't know. We're the 5 keys. We thought we drowned the witch, but she's still alive, just same as you. It takes more than that to take them out.
I can't get anything past you, can I, Margie?
And poof, Arthur's gone.
Oh, that hits me hard. I'm very hesitant to say this, but I think this is a sun check. This is not going to
I
end
agree with
well. Oh, I knew it! It was too good to be true.
that. Okay, well, this is not your first time where you've had to question what's real and what is not, and especially when it comes to your brother, which from the companion all the way on to now. So you're going to lose 2 points of sanity. Okay. Well, what are you guys doing?
Well, they're mucking about. I'm trying to press on because I'm still trying to stop a goddamn ritual.
All righty then. So you guys notice Johannes is like really fine. Okay. He takes off and he's heading down the pathway further into the cavern. What are the rest of you doing? Following? What are you doing?
I wipe
I
away my
put my
tears and
hand on.
follow.
I put my hand on Dr.
Probably
Finley.
taking the doctor's
As
elbow.
if. No,
Okay.
I put my hands on Dr. Finley and in a means of like, can I have a word with you, doctor?
what is it?
A word in private. Just for a brief moment.
I'll let them
And
fall back
looking at
and just walk past them.
now, Erik,
What is
what are you doing?
you muted?
Can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
There was some reaction.
I
No.
can't hear you. No. Your mic
Yeah, it's
settings
weird.
correct,
Yeah.
or you're muted.
No.
Can't hear you.
Doesn't look muted.
Nope. Oh,
Thought
Yeah, sorry, I realized there's a physical button on the headset that
Got it.
it
Ah.
just
Okay.
gets me every
We're
time.
better now.
Sorry, and I
That's better.
apologize for the whole disconnecting thing. I tried to cover the camera, but I ended up it's shutting off the computer.
It's fine.
I'm
So
really sorry.
so in your
So
absence, your character has been. You have been having a conversation with Alma.
oh yes, my daughter, my wife,
Your wife, correct? Your
yes.
wife, who you've just been estranged with for some time now.
Mm,
Um,
mm.
yeah, she apparently shows up and she you see her, and she beckons you over, and she's wearing a set of robes and
Oh,
with the bloodied tongue with a tentacle, red tentacle on it. Just oh, So basically this is why you've been gone, and before you know it, you realize that this can't be happening, and you managed to
no,
break your mind out of it, and that's where
yeah.
you're at now. So okay.
Okay,
So
so if I am as determined as Mr. Rick to end this. So
okay,
when I see him take off, I'm at his heels.
okay,
I follow closely behind him with the rifle ready, because the one thing in this world that Eric fears the most is probably going insane, which is about to happen. So he kind of tries to cling to his sanity, and maybe we can end this somehow if we cut the head of the snake,
okay,
whatever that head looks like.
right,
So yeah.
okay. So you guys continue on. Margaret, I imagine you sort of get yourself together, and even after that whole ordeal, you're still frazzled by the whole thing. And
Oh
same
yeah.
with Dr. Finley. Dr. Finley, you're pretty much you've got your faculties together, although you're still holding the book in your hand, although you've ripped quite a few of the pages out, and you actually gave them to Margaret, which is probably a smart thing to do. So
Lennox
all
has
right,
his hand on Dr. Finley.
okay.
Doctor,
So as you go into the darkness, sorry, real quick. Oh, I'm sorry, you had something to say. Apologies.
Yeah. I wanted
Okay,
to
go ahead.
talk
Go
to
ahead.
Dr. Finley for a sec.
Oh, go for it. Sorry.
And Dr. Finley, I'm quite worried about Mr. Rika. He's starting to exhibit signs of possession or some sort of voices in his head. He hears things, sees things. He told me that he's hearing voices, strange voices telling him to do things. I'm concerned about him. I'm concerned about all of us, of what we do next, of what we will encounter. Margaret herself seemed not to be that sane guy as well. We all seem to lose our bearings. Is there anything you can recommend, Doctor? He looks at you like
Hmm.
almost pleadingly, looking for help and concerned.
Well, I was thinking about it, dear Lennox. Maybe we can't win this. Maybe we should just give in, surrender. I mean, I had
are you
hopes
sure,
when.
Doctor?
Yes. When we started this endeavor, I had hopes that I might be able to see my wife and daughter again, but there is nothing It's just emptiness. There's no life after death. There's nothing out there. I can feel it now.
He puts his hand
So-
on your shoulder, like gently.
I'm sorry, dear friend,
Yes.
if I might call you a friend.
We just yes, you're my only friend now. It seems let's just make something out of our existence till we are gone forever. But listen, you saw Lady Margaret. She was talking to her brother. He was Flowers.
Yes, of course.
What,
Of course,
what do you,
she's possessed. She's under her influence. The great princess, as she calls her. Who she ever might be, it might be just this woman from the boat. This lady Fata Morgana, or what her name was. No, she has influenced our minds too long, too strong, too dangerously. We need to deal with it. We need to be.
Suddenly hear this horrible growl. The ground rumbles beneath you.
Yeah, he pinches Dr. Finley in his shoulder.
I'm telling you, Doctor, I do not feel well on this endeavor as well. I fear that we might not make it out all, but if we can do something to...
And he kind of looks down the path, making sure that everyone else is gone and out of earsight. And he turns to Dr. Finley.
That we at least find some way to make peace for ourselves. To make remedy for the misdeeds.
He looks down and like almost looks ashamed.
what do you suggest then? We sacrifice ourselves?
I would just say that I agree with you and that we cannot maybe win this, but make a deal. And if we are the ones willing to make a deal, then I feel like we should stick together and make a deal. Despite what the others say, the possessed ones of it, the ones that are blinded by the influence, by the mage, by the Wiccan, by the awfulness.
Let's make a deal, then. Why not? I'd rather watch a theatrical stage play, even though it's a fake one, rather than living in this horrible truth.
He takes
Yes.
Lennox takes out the knife and cuts his palm in a sense of like blood brotherhood. And he hands over the knife.
Yeah, he'll do the same thing and then lick the the blade. Yeah, seal the deal.
Yeah, and then kind of reach for the handshake and
We'll agree that if one of us makes it out, he'll do his best for the other.
Yes.
Live the life that we were ought to. The life that was taken from us. Due to whatever this is.
I want to live again, and I'll do whatever it takes, even if that means that I will leave for just a brief moment. Yes, let's move on. Let's move on before they set a trap for us. I don't trust the others.
Brother, you will live on. We will live on.
and he turns and walks down and follows.
The rumbling in the distance continues. It's getting louder, and you feel the ground tremble beneath your feet. The ground, as you move down into the cavern, is now no longer stone, but is now sort of it turns to kind of a muddy. It turns like it's almost like mud. There's not much stone in it. And next thing, as you move further down, it's almost like a marshland. You're slopping your way through a foot or two of water, slogging away the stinking smell of a marsh. Things dead and gone, some renewed, some remain. But as you continue to move forward, again, this cavern is just heading down. It's maybe about 100 foot wide. It just heads down. It's massive. It's almost like you're going down a massive maw or throat, something horrible.
The beast
And as you
will
get
swallow
down,
us.
right, and as you get down, as it starts to level out,
Oh dear,
you
my
should
listeners.
see.
We have a battle map. The end is nigh.
It is, well, getting there. Again, this is a what they see is see before you is you literally as you see it there is a raised dais of a temple, and it looks to be a an altar. And you see on either side of the altar, this is maybe about 200 feet, 300 feet away, as you can see with pretty ease. On either side of the altar, one is Princess Mary is on one side. She's wearing robes and has a gold tabard with the tentacle on it. And you see Eusapia Palladino. She is wearing silver robes with gold trim, etc., which you would expect. Laying on the altar appears to be an infant. You have multiple cultists basically standing about, where they're all kind of turned and are watching the procession or what's going on in front of them right now. In front of the altar where the baby is at, you see that there is a marked magic circle with a square in it and a triangle in it. And you see Princess Mary walk over almost robotically, walks over, holds her hand out, slashes her hand, and blood trickles onto the symbol, the magic circle. Something seems to tremor when she does this. Another bout of rumbling takes place. And the circle itself glows for a moment, and then sort of a very bright green color, and then it slumbers down to sort of a yellowish glow. And all the while they're chanting, and they're all looking in the opposite direction. And what you see here on the map, you see there's it's a lot of swampland around you. There are multiple different stones, stalagmites. In here you have lots of cover if you need to, just to let you know, because I couldn't find a map enough that did exactly what I wanted it to have. So this is best I could do for the time being. So
Do we
So they
recognize
can't
the
see us
figure?
right now.
Yeah. Sorry.
you should see your
No.
Yeah,
I see us. No.
But they don't see us.
The cultists
oh
do
no,
not see us.
they once again they're all intent, chanting and watching the circle.
I'll
And he
attempt
needs-
to move into where Johannes and Erik are standing. And I presume the doctor and Lennox will be following behind me. And I'll attempt to initiate a huddle.
Exactly. I wanted to initiate a huddle as well. This calls for gang huddle.
But before she reaches the two of you up front, I want to try to kind of put my hand on her and just kind of pull her aside briefly to say, like,
You see, the princess is on this. She She needs to be dealt with. You understand this?
And he kind of pulls you around, like to again make this clear.
You need to be able to deal with this. Are you sure you can?
I mean, I saw her slash her hand, so I'm the point has been driven home that whether willingly or not, she is a part of this.
Fantastic. And that's all he needed to hear, and he goes in the group huddle.
Okay. So before you guys get into the group huddle, so to speak, I need all of you to quick make a spot hidden for me.
Sure. Okay.
Spot all the hiddens.
That is a success.
Oh, nice.
We are all spotting
Spot
all
the extra
hiddens.
hiddens.
Yeah, it wasn't. Dr. Finley is, well, his mind is going elsewhere. What do you think Dr. Finley's thinking about Miklas? I imagine he's probably thinking of how he could use this. Maybe.
Well,
You
my
succeeded.
first, I
It's
succeeded.
Erik
yes.
who failed this.
Oh, it's Erik. Apologies. I got wrong person.
Yeah,
All right, so-
no.
Yeah. So those of you that made it, you notice that around the magic circle that has been drawn out, circle with the square and a triangle in it, around it is 4 sigils or 5 sigils, which you're familiar with.
Wegwieser. Ah, yes.
Hmm.
So the 5 sigils, each representing the 5 keys.
Lennox just puts his hand on Dr. Finley's shoulder for a second, and then pulls in Johannes as well, squeezes his shoulders as well, and then makes this like weird stare to Miss Playfair, as if like confirming what they've just talked about.
Okay.
So where are these sigils?
So looking, it's literally in 5 points around. I don't have it drawn on the map here, so apologies for that, because it's really hard to see otherwise. Yeah, exactly in that spot. So if you can imagine that there's a square or a circle, and a square in the center of it, and then a triangle inside the square, and then all around the edges of the large circle, there are 5 points, like as if there was a pentagram over the top of it, but there's no lines put on it.
Mhm.
And each one of those 5 points has each one of the symbols.
Miss Playfair. I am not an expert at this, but it seems that's where we need to go.
I'm thinking if each of us can put out their own sigil, or do we want to stand in them and be the keys that open the lock?
Right
That
now, the
seems
sigils
sort
are
of-
actually. Sorry, real quick. Right now, the sigils are actually glowing. They're kind of throbbing, as if a moment ago they weren't doing much. They just sort of had a glow to it, but now that you've seemed to have
As if the
entered, you've
blood had
noticed.
activated them.
No,
or our
as if-
presence.
Don't
Your-
you see our presence here is
Correct.
enough.
Your presence did it.
They will notice us soon. We need to make a plan. We need to understand. We need to be on the same sides.
Whoever has,
And he looks to Johannes at one glance, and he looks to Dr. Finley at the another, and then he looks at Miss Playfair at the other.
You cannot make that many suspicious glances.
I know. It's the House of Cards is tumbling down soon, but it's still there. It's still standing.
It looks fairly crazy, but it's nothing that
Well, yeah,
none
okay,
of us. It's like,
so like,
okay, and that's
exactly,
Not
just
out
yeah,
of the
yeah.
ordinary.
Lennox being crazy, right?
Not the weirdest thing I've seen all day.
No. All right,
well,
gentlemen.
the ones of us who
Ladies.
have the ropes, we should approach from here. The other ones,
Well, it's you and Miss Playfair, right?
the
The
other
two of
ones
you
may
have.
sneak through the sides. Mr. Lawrence and take Overwatch.
Yeah.
You're good with the gun, right?
I'm pretty good with
You,
the rifle. I'm good with the rifle.
you can shoot at.
Large disembodied growl happens again as the emblem glows even more.
We must
as
make
they
haste.
chant.
I think we're
That we
running out
do.
of time. So what's the plan? Okay, I can take position from somewhere from here, and be ready with the rifle, and whoever is good at sneaking can sneak to the sides maybe, and then we can do an ambush.
An odd stare to Johannes Rike.
I will get ready to give my rope to somebody else who should do the ambushing then.
Are you doing the sneaking, Mr. Rike?
Yep.
Here, if you get the opportunity, and I hand him the makeshift firebomb I crafted earlier.
Oh God.
Oh god, this is gonna go spectacular.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Who's doing a fireball?
The episode before,
Uh-huh.
when we woke up in the room where we were held prisoner, I took a jar of lamp oil and crafted an improvised firebomb,
Okay.
like a Molotov.
Got it. Okay.
And I still have that because I haven't used it, and because I'm going to stay at a distance, I give it to the person that's going to get up more
So
close and see. Maybe you
am
can use
I
it, maybe not.
am I alone in thinking that we need to reach our respective sigils?
You're not alone in this. I think we need as well.
Yes, yes, we should.
So the question is, do we try and reach that target first, or do we try and take out cultists first?
We might need time to activate or deactivate the sigils, so we need to take them out. Okay. Maybe I can also distract them a little bit. Right. So if I get this right, Mr. Lauritsen, you'll stand over here and you'll shoot at everyone who makes a move towards us. Am I right?
Yeah.
Right. And Lady
Sounds
Playfair
fair.
and you, Ricky, will go straight on ahead and try to distract them.
I will sneak around. Somebody else will take my rope.
Oh, I'll gladly wear your robe then.
Okay. So again, who's sneaking around to the flanks and who's not? What's the plan here?
I'll bluntly walk up to the back of the to the two behindest cultists in my concealing robe.
Yeah, I'll do the same when I get the robe. Yeah, so.
Yeah,
Those
I'll
two
sneak the
guys I
one
just
side.
pinged.
I sneak the one side, and I probably think that Lennox sneaks the other side.
Potentially.
Yeah. So, I need you both to make stealth rolls with a bonus die.
Should be no
And
problem.
then Erik with staying back at the Overwatch.
Yeah, I'll find a good position where I'm in cover, but I have a good view of everything, so I can fire the rifle if I have to.
Where do you plan to be, Margaret?
Yeah, just sneaking up on those two last guys.
Okay. All right. So, you're you're going to be behind them.
Not sneaking
Yeah.
up, walking up,
Yeah.
walking up concealed on those two last guys.
All of you, all four of you, if it's Dr. Finley and
I think that the Lennox and Doctor and Ricky should take the sides, right? Where we
Like,
have
I'm marked with the arrows.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, so
Oh,
you
should I
guys are
move?
here
Yeah.
then? Is that right? Is that what you intend
Well,
to do?
That's
That's
the intent.
kind
yes.
of the intent. Yeah.
Okay, so again, I'm going to need stealth rolls from everybody except for Erik.
I have already succeeded on a stealth roll. Lennox has already failed on a stealth roll.
Yep. Gloriously. Let's put it this way.
Gloriously failed. All right.
All eyes turn to Lennox. Oh, I fumbled. That's beautiful.
You step on your ropes and fall over.
That is
were too
probably
long.
very much what
They
happened.
were too long. They were too long.
It's
Yes, they were.
Yep.
And this is how we all died.
I mean,
Yep.
still time to shoot and all.
That's the reason. That's the reason why you died.
We all thought it was gonna be Lennox's fault, but yet again, the ropes were too long. That's the problem. The ropes were too long.
So,
which is like fashion. Fashion kills investigators.
Fashion kills.
well, first we'll start with Margaret. Yes, Margaret, it's exactly as Johannes had stated. You were sneaking your way up in this, oversized cultist robes and managed to trip over. You get caught underneath your feet and you literally fall flat on your face just behind the cultist. But here's the thing. Possibility he may not even not. Yeah. You'd fall down behind him with a clattering. Your shotgun falls it's out of your hand. It slides a little bit from your hand. And the cultist just continues to remain pointed forward, his face pointed forward as if he's in a trance, and he continues to chant something over and over and over again. He completely does not notice you.
I mean, so long as the shotgun doesn't discharge, I think I'm good.
No, you're fine. No, you're fine. It's out of your hands and it slid away a couple feet, but you're literally staring at his heels right now. And yeah, so that's what happened with you. Lennox, on the other hand, you're trying to climb up. There's a little wall here, right here, where you get to basically climb up out of the water and over the top of it. I'm assuming that's what you're trying to do, and basically put yourself in a good position. However, whenever you try to get over the top of the wall, you literally lose your footing and you do a somersault and land flat on your back on the inside of this area here. And so you're there. You made a grunting sound once again. Let's see. Yeah, they're just the guy standing there right next to the whole magic circle, all that business here, and he's just chanting over and over, completely in a trance. He did not notice you. So, Johannes, did you made a hard success on yours? So, yeah, so you came up no problem. All right, you guys are all in position. Dr. Finley, you noticed what happened with Margaret. Each of you you did your moved up here. Each of you are going to get a free action, whether it be an attack, whatever it might be. Before, once again, because you're all got the element of surprise here. So, we're going to do this once again with dexterity. So, Johannes, you're going to be first.
I would like to sneak up to my cultist into a bonus die shooting range and then shoot my gun twice, which means no bonus die, but 2 shots.
So you have a pistol, I believe it's
It's a 2 attacks when fanning the
Yeah,
hammer. So
right. So what I want to know is the minimum distance. 'Cause I can't remember off the top of my head.
The range is
Minimum distance is about 50 feet usually.
50 feet?
No, the thing
50 yards. 50 yards. Sorry, 50 yards.
That's for a rifle or something. 50 yards. That's
no,
150 feet.
it has a range. It has a range of 20. So for the
That's as far
question-
as it can shoot. But
Yeah,
doesn't have a minimum, like 5 foot. Or something
it's
like that.
usually 5. The
if
bonus
you-
die the bonus die reaches within 5 feet in Call of Cthulhu.
Yep.
So if
Got it.
you're in
Got it.
5
So-
feet, you have a bonus die. So
Got
if
it.
you then
Do
do the
multi-shot.
maximum, the multi-shot, you get the multi-shot without any disadvantage.
All right, go ahead and make your shots. Well, with no penalty. Oh.
Crying out loud.
Well, your first shot rings home. Go ahead, and so you did 3 damage. Oh, you shot him in the leg. He falls to the ground. The third shot completely misses, and you hear a ricochet off the other side, off a piece of stone. But of course, everybody's immediately alerted. But again, your presence is known now.
I feel this is now the sign for everyone to do stuff, please.
So you notice that there's a black figure wearing black robes that's behind what looks to be Edward, the baby. He pulls out a silver dagger, very similar to the silver dagger, Johannes, that you found in Dr. Bamford's house, right along with the book. I need you to also make a quick spot hidden for me. Actually, no, I just need you to make that intelligence roll again. Now that you're closer.
Success.
Just by looking at the diagram, you have seen this diagram before, specifically in the book that you were in the Libra Maleficarum, and this is a summoning spell. They're summoning something, and it's it's clearly that's why they're all very
I
focused.
told you, my dear friend. I told you that she is the Wicca. You need to deal with her.
Good thing that you're at the other side of this. Flat on your back.
I totally understand.
He could be
Oh, no,
telling
you
you
could
that
make me hear
telepathically. Yeah. Go ahead and roll it. I want you to go ahead and roll it, Lennox. See whether or not you actually say that telepathically to him.
While you're
What?
prone on your back.
Why
God.
the heck not?
Nice.
In your head, you hear exactly my words ringing.
It's
And
like pounds in your head, Johannes. You hear Lennox's voice just. So that's got to startle you.
It's not that I told you before, my friend. You were misled. And your actions will have consequences. Trust me, my friend. This is not over yet. She needs to be dealt with.
Okay, so you managed to get that off to him. Margaret, you're up.
Right. Despite my previous stumbling, can I manage to not stand right on top of the cultist that I stumbled under, so that I will not be affected by a penalty die for being too close to shoot?
You can, yes, you can actually get yourself up, step a few feet back, and you can use your shotgun. At this range, it's going to blow a hole through him the size of Mount Rushmore, but hey.
Yes, exactly. And I mean,
that's the,
if
the point, right?
if a few stray ones hit the one next to him, that's good too.
Well, that won't happen, but
No.
you'll definitely punch a hole through this guy if you hit. So go ahead, make your attack.
Oh God damn it! Have we established that we're luck spending?
Well, that is a butt ton of luck. 33 points, in fact.
I mean, again, like I'm not gonna take it home, so I might as well make this a success.
Well, remember, things are only going to get worse from here. I'm just pointing that out.
Oh,
But if we die
Yeah.
now,
But
then how
My
worse is it
dear,
gonna
Exactly.
just spend the luck, destroy them, kill them all.
Okay. All
Helter
right.
skelter.
Go for it.
Yes, yes,
All
yes.
right.
There is 33 luck being spent,
All right.
and
And
then
what
that's
is the
2d6, I guess.
3d6? Correct. Are you serious? No, that's only 2d6.
Oh, okay.
And one more.
Hang on. And one more. Oh, no,
Okay, so
that's more like it. No, that's a
that's total.
9, I guess.
Yeah, total of 9 points of damage. Yeah, you literally blow a hole in this guy's midsection, and it's literally about maybe about a foot, 12-inch hole in his midsection where his guts have just been blown out the other side, and he falls completely gone. And I'm just going to remove him from here. Oh no, it's this one. Sorry. No. Going to remove him as he's removed quite well. All right. So Margaret has if
Yeah, I
taken
throw
one
up
out.
in my mouth a little. That looked drastic.
It was disgusting. Yes, you've literally sprayed this guy. The cultist over here, when you fire the shot, is now covered in his friend's guts. So yeah, this guy here is covered in his friend's guts. Yeah, that's just not good. So all right, that was Margaret. Next would be Lennox. What are you doing there, sir?
After I successfully influence my dear friend on the other side, I think Lennox would focus on the man in front of the child. And
Okay.
what he wants to do is to use again his telepathy. Telepathy. To tell him to take the child and run.
You're telling the guy in black to take the child and run.
Not the guy in black.
Okay.
There seems to be a cultist right in front of the altar as well. And
Okay.
I want to tell him to grab the child and run.
Okay, so in other words, all right, so this is going to be 2 rolls if you do this. 1, to get the telepathy across. 2, to basically intimidate, persuade, whatever, fast talk, whatever. Because this is not a charm type thing, so you can get the message across. But you know what I mean? You can't, it's not a suggestion type thing. So you can make the suggestion. I think it would freak him out anyway. But you could do a really good roll on a persuasion, and maybe he'll just freak out enough he'll go pick up the child and run. So it's possible. So, although difficult.
No, I still want to want to try that at least. So
Okay.
gonna
All
try
right.
my telepathy. That absolutely fails.
Okay. So yeah, you just didn't quite make a connection. So
yeah, none of this worked. However, I do just step closer to the guy in front of me. That's just naturally while doing that.
Okay. All right. So I guess that's your turn for now. Margaret, Lennox, Erik. No, yeah, actually, it's going to be the cultist turn before. Or is this your free round? No, yeah. So, go ahead, Erik. You have your free shot, as well as Dr. Finley. So, or Dr. Finley's first, sorry, and then you, Erik. So
Yeah, Finley first. Yeah.
Yep.
Go
Yep.
ahead.
I think I have a pistol.
Okay.
I'm not sure which one I got, but maybe it's the same one as the one that
Lennox
Ricky.
is-
Or
You're
Lennox.
on that one, the one that I'm pinging now.
Yeah. So I'll shoot in point blank range, 1 bullet.
Okay.
Hope for the best. So that's a bonus die. That gives you a bonus die, right?
Well,
Right.
yeah, I'm going to say that you can move back a little bit to give yourself a little bit of space. Point blank, it could also be a penalty die because you can't aim. But
In Call of Cthulhu, point blank with a pistol, bonus die. I don't know how it is with rifles.
okay, all right. Well, no, all right. Then we'll call it that. You get a bonus die. Go for it.
I'm gonna stick it in his face or back, I don't know, somewhere.
Okay, got it. Go for it.
Um,
Doing one shot, or this is a
One.
revolver, right? Just one shot. Okay, go for it.
So that's firearms. Give me a second.
Correct.
Nope.
Wow.
No,
That
I
is a
don't.
hell of a fail.
Yep.
I would not use luck on this.
No, I'm not gonna spend luck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's like,
You don't have enough luck for that.
I don't think you have enough. So it's like 39 points for that alone. So yeah, you know what we're going to say is that you're holding the gun and your hands trembling. This is not something that you used to doing, and basically you kind of pull the trigger, and when you pull it, it's not really, you pull the trigger, you don't squeeze it. When you pull it, it kind of causes the barrel to go wonky off to one side, and it fires. It scares the absolute shit out of the guy in front of you, but you don't hit anything with it. So that's you. Now we're to you, Erik. What are you doing?
Yeah, since I had at least a moment while the others were getting into position, and I see what the people kind of behind the altar are doing. You mentioned there is a man in a dark robe,
Correct. You see him on the
right?
map, and he's got
Yeah,
a silver
yeah,
dagger in his hand, and he's holding it high above the child.
and he's flanked by the princess and
He's got Princess Mary on the right side, and Eusebia Palladino on the left.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to shoot the princess.
Just to be clear, the one on the left side, I'm gonna ping it. Okay, you just so I know we know exactly.
Yeah,
who
I
you're
mean,
using.
I think Lennox has given incentive
Okay.
enough.
Okay. You're just about to murder a future Queen of England. But okay, go for it.
Yes.
That's
not
what
my
you
queen,
get
though.
when you
Cultist
go
in-
I'm not
adventuring
down
crazy.
in
with
the
all
basement,
foreigners.
just
I'm the only
sacrificing a
one who
child. I mean,
cares.
come on.
Go for it. That's all I can say. Go for it. So make your roll.
Yeah. Did I have a moment to aim? Does that give a
Oh yeah,
bonus or
you had you have
Okay.
an aim. Yeah, you literally go last. You can take your time with this. So
plenty of time as the others are lining up? So I'm gonna roll with an advantage roll then. Sorry, I didn't have the sheet open. My apologies. Just a second. Okay, so that's going to be that's a rifle, right? There we go.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. You're breaking up a little bit. Oh no, you got it. Oh hell,
Can you hear me now?
yes. So you
Okay.
got a hard success on that one.
Nice.
All right, roll your
Yeah,
damage.
hard success. Yeah. How
Can't you broke up again? Sorry.
You have a
sorry? How
rifle,
much?
like a hunting
Yeah, it's a
rifle.
rifle. Yeah, a hunting rifle.
Isn't that
It's like it's
2d6
2d6 plus 4.
2d6 plus 4. I'll take it.
Unless you have an elephant gun.
No, it's not an elephant gun. Those are actually hard to find. Or way expensive.
So that's an 11 points of damage.
Okay. You carefully take aim. Put literally the sights directly on her. You shoot, aim small, miss small. You shoot directly for her heart. And without difficulty, you nail it directly. A massive hole is blown up in Princess Mary's chest. Blood spews forth and she crumples to the ground like a sack of wheat. Her blood is now trickling out from her body. It's going out. And you see this cultist is now pulls out like a flask, and he's quickly trying to gather up her blood. But she's laying there in a heap. Okay. You have literally successfully killed Princess Mary of Tech. Okay, George is not going to be happy. All right. We are now at the top of the order. Oh, no. Yeah, because we are. So you guys had your surprise attack. Now it's going to be top of order. Johannes, you're up.
How does the guy right in front of me look like?
Remind me, how many points did you do to him? I forget.
Not enough.
Okay, so I mean, you hit him. Yeah, you did like 3 points. So yeah, you've hit him in the arm, and he's bleeding, and he's stumbling backwards, surprised by your whole thing.
Does he have any implements of fighting me, or do I have? Or
he has a dagger in his hand. He quickly snatches a dagger in his hand. He's not carrying a firearm.
how far is he to the ones behind him, and are they coming towards me? Which I mean, are they bunching up?
No, they're not.
Oh.
This is approximately maybe, we figure, how do I do this? There we go. So from here to here, it says 8.6 feet. No, it's a little further than that, more like about 15, 20 feet. So between the two. And between from here to here, it's about 10 feet between the two of them.
Yeah, good.
So,
Then I'll one baddie at a time. I'll shoot that one.
Okay, so the one directly in front of you. Okay.
Yeah. Still,
right.
he's still within 5 feet, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Apparently, just because of the luck, I will take the bonus die instead of the double shot.
You failed.
I failed.
Damn
I
it.
failed. I failed to shoot somebody directly in front of me. I'm the worst spy in the world.
Well,
I think you're just excited by the whole situation. Just as the time that you were pulling the trigger, there was another loud rumble in the ground, and the ground shook, and it jostled you, and hence the reason why your shot did not hit true. So that was Johannes. Margaret, now that you've blown a hole into one cultist, what are you going to do now?
Tell me about the specific workings of a shotgun. Will I need to reload?
You still have one more bullet in it if it is a double barrel, because if you would have pulled both barrels, that would have meant you had to roll 2 attacks and had double damage. So you still have a bullet left. At least one. I don't think pump actions were invented yet.
I will try and shoot for the cultist right in front of me then.
Directly in front of you, up here.
Yes, that one.
This one or the one here?
No, not that one. The one in front of me.
It's
the one
just
that's
in front
standing
of the magic
at the
circle.
foot of the sigil.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yes. All right. You take your shot.
Aiming would be an extra action, right?
You did not have
No time for that.
to do that.
Good. Just making
That's
sure
allowed.
that I'm not missing anything important.
No, I understand.
Oof. Well, I don't have the luck left, so I guess that one doesn't hit.
Well, you pull the trigger for the second barrel, and the you weren't quite prepared for the kick, and your barrel just kind of flew up on its own, and you totally wildly missed. So that, I believe, is your action. You can say anything, stuff like that, but all right. Let's see, Lennox, you're up.
Approach the person in front of me, close to the circle, and just coming up behind of him, I realized my mental probe to what I intended did not work. But trying again, and I'm trying again to the one in front of me. I'm trying to tell him, to make him believe, to make him think that what is approaching is salvation. It is glory. It is what he has been seeking for. And he should embrace, he should open his arms widely for what is to come, for the salvation of worlds to collide into his soul. His requests were accepted, and he will see the other world. And while I try to project this into his mind, I'll unsheath my knife, and I do want to just walk up to him and try to stab him from the back, around his shoulder, into his heart.
Okay. So go ahead and make your roll.
Okay, so
You have a bonus die because of the fact he's still chanting.
Okay, well, start with the ESP. That is a success.
Okay.
And then we'll knife this man. Also bonus die? Or...
Well, actually, the bonus die was for the knifing part. I would not have given you the bonus die for the telepathy part. Yeah.
Well, it was a success nonetheless. So.
Okay. All right.
Bonus die for the knifing part, which is a complete fail.
Okay. So remind me again exactly what you say to him before you swipe and whiff. Miss.
Oh, your gratitude has been accepted. Your sacrifice has been heard, and everything you seek will see redemption, seeing the future. And that's when I kind of approach him from behind and try to stab him in the chest, but
yeah, you completely miss. And you actually, your knife hits, the cloak itself, but apparently you hit right in one of the folds of the cloak, and you just cut fabric more than anything else. But it doesn't really matter because your message to him prior to then, he literally, his head throws back, and he basically is like, "Oh, yes, take me. I'm willingly giving you my life, my lord." He's fully believed that this is part of the whole ritual and that he's being chosen. And he's just going, "I'm waiting. I'm still here, Lord." Even though you whipped. So, I'm still here. Go ahead.
Just as a setup for next round, I'm approaching him like next to his ear. Approaching, because I'm literally standing behind him. The knife wafted at him, but like I'm standing behind him, so I'm just kind of wrapping my arms around him, engulfing him in the love of gods that he anticipates.
Oh, nice of you.
And
nice.
That's the end of my action.
Yeah, that's. Yep, I would say that's true.
Everyone's mucking about, and Laurenson is just gonna take off business.
Another massive growl materializing. The center. It appears to be a demon. You can only suspect it's Flauros.
Do we have to roll sanity? I feel we have to roll sanity.
Yeah, all of you. Yeah, it's true. You
That's
just
not
literally
gonna
saw
end
something.
well.
I feel a demon doesn't pop up right in your face every day of the week.
The only way you've actually interacted with him is that he's possessed someone. You're actually seeing his true form.
Johannes is prepared.
I was
Okay.
expecting this. This was literally a summoning. I saw this was a summoning, so a demon was about to appear. This is the logical
Well, my dear
conclusion of
friend,
this.
only because I told you so that it was a summoning. You understood that it was a summoning, and now all of us has arrived where the summoning is happening.
Erik and Margaret, you've lost 4 points of sanity.
Me too.
Wonderful.
Yeah, lovely. So fail 4 points.
Yep.
Lennox, you have 4
Okay.
points of sanity left.
Hey, come
Oh
on.
my god, Lennox is
man.
actually the most sane of us all.
Hey, I
It's
didn't want to.
hilarious.
I didn't want
Did
to.
that happen?
I didn't want to point it out. You know, I'm doing quite well. I know what I'm doing. Okay.
Yeah,
You
we should have
Very
listened
sane
to
in
him
my
this
decisions.
entire time. We were the crazy ones all along.
When did this happen?
So before, any type of interaction you had with Flauros was within the guise of it was possessing someone. Now you see his actual form. He stands roughly 12 foot in height. Cloven feet. He has a massive brass belt around his midsection. The belt itself is the buckle is like this golden or bronze type skull. In his hand, he holds what looks to be a sword, but the sword is flaming. It has a ruby on the end of its hilt. He has a pair of wings. Again, he's 12 foot. These gigantic wings that are now probably almost about the same height as he is. And he just growls at the fact that he's even here. You can tell he does not even want to be here. And so, yeah, this is what's happened. Lennox, you did your whiff. Dr. Finley, what are you doing? Or did you just fired, right?
That was last round.
That was last round. Okay, so all right. So yep, you again. Okay, go for it.
Okay, the question is, did the cultist in front of me do anything against me? I mean, did he try to attack me or?
It's not his turn yet. We're not on. Yeah, they're on the low end of the spectrum here. They have
right.
a 45 dexterity. Everybody else goes before them. So,
Okay, we have the free attack. Yes. Okay.
yes, you did. That's correct. Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. And Flauros looks unhappy, right? Doesn't.
He's not happy. That's quite true.
Hmm.
He's been forced into this, summoned into this circle. You can see he is visibly fighting it. He hasn't had a chance to gather his wits yet, but you can bet he's going to be lashing back here shortly if he can.
That's good, I think. Okay, well, one more go then. One more shot. I'll fire at the cultist.
The one in front of you.
Yes.
Okay. Take a shot. Bonus die.
Nope. How much do I need to roll? I can spend 11 points of luck if that.
Okay, 11 points of luck. Go ahead and do that, and then roll your damage.
Right. So how much was it for that gun?
Probably 1d8 plus
1d8.
2, depending on what weapon you have.
Yeah, I never had anything written down
38.
here.
I'm going to say it's a 38 revolver.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's 1d8.
1d8.
1d8. Okay. Sure. 3 points of damage.
Okay. You shoot him. You manage to wing him in the side of it. He falls forward from the impact, and he kind of lets out a yelp, kind of a cry a little bit, but he's still up.
Yep.
Still up. So, all right. So now it is our Turn for the cultists.
What about Erik? Or did he play? I think it's
Apologies. Go ahead, Erik. You're up. You've already blown a hole through a
Yes.
sovereign.
I
You did
have.
that.
I can't believe I did that either, but I did. So, kind of a split second decision. I'm going to shoot the other the other woman up on the altar.
Eusebia?
Eusapia Palladino. Mm-hmm.
Yes, correct. I will shoot her.
You will shoot her.
Yes.
I'm putting a nice big
Want me to
red
roll?
splotch across Princess Mary there. Now that you've done that. All right. Okay. So, make your shot. Oh, well, hell. All right, roll your damage. Shit.
Yeah, and 2d6.
Mm-hmm. The 9 points of damage. Okay.
That's
So,
a 9. Yeah.
right. So your bullet flies true. It hits her directly in the chest. But she kind of stands. It's almost as if you hit a mound of like a burlap sack full of, raw meat that has no blood in it. Just kind of, you see the puff in her chest, round in there, and she's thrown back by the round, and she looks up and with the dead eyes stares at you from a distance. You got her attention.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're to the cultists. So, one is going to be attacking you, Johannes. We'll start with you. He's got the dagger in his hand. Take a shot. Takes a shot and hits.
How about a dodge?
Okay, you can.
How about I fail at dodging and get stabbed instead?
You take 3 points of damage.
Ouch.
Yeah, that hurt. So
that hurt. I don't enjoy to be stabbed.
Nope. I understand. Wouldn't like it either. Margaret, this one, recognizing the fact that you just tried to shoot him, runs to well, he runs at you. He has a dagger as well. But just as he gets about halfway to you, you see him literally, you look, burst into flames and fall to the ground screaming. And then you look up and see the 12-foot tall Flauros smiling with his hand outstretched and crushing this crushing grip. And you can see that
was that inside or outside the magic circle? Because those are very
inside
important.
the circle. He's inside the circle.
Good.
That's my boy.
So he's trying to the ritual is not entirely complete. You know this. So I mean, they've got him sort of showing up here, but he knows that if he can destroy the chanters, then he will not.
Well, my homie Flauros got my back. This is cool.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, he's got your back, sort of there. This cultist with a knife as well is going to be attacking you, Dr. Finley. And he swings wildly after you tried. Well, you did shoot him, actually. Didn't kill him, but he gets up. He's bleeding profusely from his side. He pulls his dagger out and swings wildly at you. And completely misses. So he misses, and the one that's on you, Lennox, is going to. Yeah, you missed. Actually, you know what? Yeah, you have freaked him out so bad that he is basically, his head is splitting from your ESP blast of language. So he doesn't get to attack on you. Gentleman behind the actually I'm going to say here, this particular cultist moves forward. This cultist moves forward, and I think this one is probably going to head. Yeah, it's going to head over towards you, Lennox. And he, on the other hand, has a sword. Really a strange looking sword, but it is a sword. Hits you squarely in the shoulder with the sword.
And I dodge.
Yeah, go for your dodge. Oh my God.
Yes.
What is it with you? That's amazing because you would have taken 6 damage from this.
I would have. So
Mm.
the way Lennox dodges
Okay, here we go.
is this awful stay in your face and sidestep. And you just miss because he looks at you. He looks not only into you, he looks into your soul. And it's so disturbing that you just miss.
Okay. Yeah, the guy's looking at the sword. You ever seen somebody playing tennis and they go to hit a shot and they completely miss the ball and they look at the tennis racket thinking it's the racket's fault? It's kind of the same thing with him. He's looking at the sword going, what how did that happen? So, all right. So Flauros cannot do much of anything. The gentleman in here that's in the black, you hear him start chanting some words that are of magic in nature. Same with Eusapia Palladino. They start chanting words that are magic in nature that are not necessarily. I take that back. The guy in black continues to chant on like he's been doing with Flauros. Eusapia, on the other hand, is saying something completely different, and you know that this is probably not a good thing. So I believe I've got all the cultists, and we are now back up to Johannes again. The ground is still tumbling. Go ahead.
Oh, I need to dispense of this one in front of me so I can get to do stuff. This is. Well, finally. So that one's dead.
Say again.
I'll shoot the one in front of me successfully. Finally.
Okay.
For an 8 of damage, that should have solved the problem.
Yes, it did. Yeah, he's down. Down for the count. Flauros looks at you with a growl as soon as he sees this out of the corner of his eye and looks at you with a growl. All right, so that's your action. Margaret, what you doing, dear?
I'll need to reload.
Okay, you reload.
It takes the whole turn, right?
It does. Lennox, you're up. After all of that beautiful sidestepping. Believe that. Crazy.
You approaches Flauros.
Oh, he does. He's that's going to be hard for you to do. There's 2 cultists
Still
in your
fighting
way.
2 cultists.
Yeah, that's going to be very hard for you to do. And I'm not sure you want to approach him right now. Just saying.
You see, you always tell me no, but I want to.
I want to go hug the demon prince of hell. Sorry, great duke of hell.
I think what he does. Okay. He looks at the two guys in front of him or around him,
Mm-hmm.
and he stares to the guy to the right of him, and he's using again his telepathy to project the idea that his colleague is stabbing me in the chest, running down his knife and basically gutting me.
Okay. That would be great if you had sort of a suggestion type ability. You could only speak with your mind to the other person. So you can say, "Hey, your other guy here's stabbing me." You could literally be the voice in his head and say, "Yeah, this guy here is stabbing me and ripping me up with his knife." But that's all he's going to hear or see. So, sorry.
That's what I want. That's what I want.
Okay. So you're just going to do that. All right.
Because
Okay.
what ultimately I want to use it for is the reaction of them. That's basically what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
a total fail. Wonderful. You know what? I'm gonna
Luck?
spend. Yeah, I'm gonna spend 12 points of luck on that.
Yes. Well, it would be 6. Wait a minute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. 16 actually. No, I'm 12.
Yeah.
No,
12,
you're right.
right?
12 points of luck. You're right. Correct. Man, my brain.
Okay. Okay.
You're right.
I
Points.
just wanted to make sure.
No, you're right.
Okay.
Hold
so
on. Let me see what kind of reaction he has to suddenly this voice popping into his head. He's visibly jolted. He's just, what's going on? Who was that? So he's definitely distracted.
and I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna plunge my dagger into his chest.
Just to be sure, we're clear on this guy.
Sorry.
This guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Let's say success, and I'm happy to make that a hard success too.
Okay. Yeah, you literally managed to slash him up pretty good there, and he's out. You had to move in towards that. All right, so the ritual is still continuing, even though you've managed to wipe out several of the cultists.
I do
right,
want to
so-
call out very loudly, Dr. Finley. It has come. The time has come to prove ourselves. Are you ready? And probably that's the moment when he stabs the guy in front of him.
Well,
I just see this like Pulp Fiction, Quentin
Yeah, no, I
Tarantino
get it.
bloodshed type of thing.
Yeah, I just my thing with this is that you established a telepathy hold.
Oh, yeah.
You say a message there, and you've attacked with the knife.
No.
I have a hard. I'm stretching the business with the saying something to Dr. Finley after all of that. I think you could probably do it on the next turn, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So, all right. So, Dr. Finley, you haven't heard this yet, but you will.
No.
Probably.
No, okay. Quick question. Are we, me and Margaret, wearing the same garb, robes as the other cultists in this area?
Yes, you are.
Right? And
Well,
okay,
except
in
for
which case,
Eusebia. and the
Right,
guy in
right,
black.
let's see.
But everybody else was
Yeah,
in red,
correct.
right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I think that I will probably take advantage of that and move forward. I mean, try to avoid the cultists in front of me and run up the stairs. Definitely avoid the demon Flauros. Maybe go, climb up the stairs and take the left path where Rick is. And do it as fast as I can because I'm an old, frail man and very, very slow. I have a movement of only 5. So I'm not sure how far I can move.
Well, but the map I've got here, I'm using this more as just a tactical thing. I don't use
Yeah.
the squares like you do with Dungeons and
No,
Dragons.
no. Yes, exactly.
So what I'm going to say is that okay, yes, you can move around that cultist, but that cultist is going to get a free attack.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yes,
So
because he knows what I did to him.
yeah. Oh yeah, he hits home.
I'll try to dodge it.
Try to dodge it. He's got a dagger as well. Yeah.
Dodge. That's a hard success.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, you managed literally
Cult mode
within
activated.
inches away from your body. You could feel the knife slice through the robes that you're in and just slightly nick you on the side of your body, but it doesn't really do any damage. And yeah, you get past him. So you moved.
Yeah, I don't know how far further up north I can move, but maybe you can move my.
With a
token.
movement of 5, I'm going to say that you could probably get up to this far, probably.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay, and you'll be passing right in front of Johannes. So,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
trying not to stumble over the guy he just killed. So,
Okay. Yes, of course.
so, all right. So I'm going to say that's your action.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So, all right, we are now down to Erik.
Yeah. So seeing how my last shot didn't really have an effect, I turn my I shoot the cultist in front of him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. You're breaking up again. Say it again.
So sorry.
No,
I shoot there's a cultist. Yeah, there's a cultist just in front of in front of the woman I just shot. I turn my rifle at him and shoot him.
That guy. Okay. I'm pinging him. All right, just so I know who you're shooting at. All right. Take your shot. All right, take a shot.
Yeah.
Luck. Come on, so close.
I think I'm going to use. I think I need 4 luck.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm going to use 4 luck to make that a hit instead of a miss.
Okay.
$13 damage should take out the cultist, right? Probably.
Yeah. So
You blew off his head. Okay, he's gone. Completely gone. Yeah, that was just that was pretty gross. All right, so yeah, you blew his head off. All right, so now we are to the cultists, and this one that you successfully dodged, Dr. Finley, is now going after Margaret and is frantically trying to stab her to death.
Did he not kind of take his turn when he swiped at Dr. Finn?
No, that was just a reaction that he gets from the fact that Dr. Finley literally just disengaged with him and ran off. It does not count as his action.
Okay.
Opportunity attack.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah, it's a free attack. Oh, I just literally rolled a critical success.
Well, can I
Not
still
one.
dodge it?
Oh, of course you can.
But you have to roll a critical success.
No, you don't. Do you? I don't. Do you?
I
I
mean,
don't think so.
Technically.
Ouch, you're probably right. Okay, well, do the best you can. And that's no.
no. I mean, that's not it. And nor do I have the 81 luck.
You do not.
No, I do not.
Okay, so take 6 points of damage, Margaret.
Oh.
And is it a major wound?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Con roll?
Yeah.
No. Not good.
All right. He stabs you directly in the chest. You just collapse to the ground, pass out. Okay. Or Margaret, you already blew somebody's, a lot of people out. Hopefully you'll survive. So,
My last
Other
thought
one-
as I go out, regretfully, is come on, Flowros. You missed that one.
nice. Okay. All right. So, the chanting is continuing. Flowros has stepped 1 foot outside of the circle.
Not
pushing
cool.
himself
Not
away.
cool at all. Not
Yes,
cool.
He's mad because we now have multiple cultists that
seem
are
like-
dead. They were part of the ritual. He is now able to force his way out. So he's not quite there yet, but he's working on it. The cultist that's near Lennox is going to take a shot at Lennox with his knife and misses completely. So that's them. Eusapia Palladino.
Can I fight back when he attacks me?
Oh, you're going to fight back?
Yeah, I mean, if he attacks
Okay.
me.
Yeah,
Why
he
not?
did. He attacked. So go for it. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to
Doesn't
spend
matter.
luck on that. I'm going to make that a success.
Okay, so that's just going to be a regular brawl, right?
Yeah.
What
It's
you're not
gonna be-
using actual weapon, right?
I'm just going to use whatever he's attacking me with and just try to redivert it to him.
Okay, so all right. Roll d4 for me.
Okay. D4 will be a 2.
Yeah, you literally, it's almost like a kung fu move. You managed to basically block his arm as he started attacking it, and you rediverted, and he literally stabs himself in the leg, doing some damage to himself in the leg.
Every bit counts.
Every bit counts. 2 points. Hey,
It's
you know.
glorious.
Right. So, Dr. Finley, you're now standing in front of Flowros, who is breaking himself out of this circle. It's clear he is going to be free here soon. What are you doing?
Is it my turn now, or I think we?
Yes, it is. It's your turn.
Because I moved and right. Let me see. I mean?
I was on your
Ricky-
last turn. You moved. Now it's your turn again.
All right. Are you sure? The cultist attacked Lady Playfair, and then the other cultists tried to attack Morgan. Maybe the cultists are still playing, or maybe Flowers.
Flowers did a step.
That's all he
I think
did.
that was his action.
Yeah,
Right.
that was
Or
his action.
loading step out of the magic circle.
Yeah.
Okay,
Very
but
foreboding stuff. Yeah.
yeah, and then
Actually,
isn't Ricky playing
I'm
first, I
going to
think?
roll for sanity for that.
Yes.
Just
Uh,
thinking about this.
all right. Anyway, well, if it's my turn, quick question: the
Mhm.
sigils, the 5 sigils around the circle,
Yes.
are they now glowing more brightly, more intensely, or less?
Correct. Well, your the sigil for uh, uh, the psychic sigil or the speak to the dead sigil
Mhm.
is glowing brighter. Same for the sigil for clairvoyance, because the closer the symbols that are for your particular abilities, yes, they're
Yeah.
glowing brighter.
Right.
So
So, what happens if I step on it? I'll
um
try that. I'll try that. I'll try that. I'll step on it and maybe let a drop of blood, uh, on it because I had my hand
okay.
patted here. Yes.
So your actual sigil, okay, so the actual sigil is on your sigil is actually on the other side over here.
Uh, okay, I'll try to move around then, to move around the circle, and
Okay.
hope that I
All
don't
right.
get attacked.
Being careful not to scuff the circle or break it. You manage to move around to the other side, and you look at your symbol. It's glowing quite brightly now as you're standing there, and you put one foot on it, and you feel. I need you to make a power check, please.
Yes. Do I need to succeed or fail?
You
Never
want to
mind.
succeed.
Okay. I failed, but I'll spend
Plus, you
5,
fail.
7 points of luck. I mean, I have a lot of luck, so I'll spend it now.
Okay.
Down to 53.
So the energy that bursts through your leg and all the way up to your head is so strong, and but you manage to hold yourself together, and the sigil that you've now stepped on, which was glowing kind of a yellowish color, is now uh, turned to a complete red.
Okay. Any effects on flowers? Is
That
he
is the interesting
reacting
question.
Not at the moment.
at the moment? All right. Okay. Do I have enough time to take my foot away from the sigil? And if I
Yeah, I'll give
um,
you that. Yeah.
so does it turn back
Yes.
yellow or?
Yes.
Oh shit! You want me to get here? Oh boy.
Everybody needs to be in theirs at the same time.
Well, yeah.
Oh, my dear friends, you only know half the truth.
So that was Dr. Finley's
Yeah.
turn, I'm going to say. So, Eric, you are up again.
Please shoot another cultist.
Yeah. Contribution.
You're breaking up. I cannot hear you. I can't understand.
And then in the back, the one in front of what's her name?
Okay, there. I got you. That's when you shoot.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
there we go.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. Suck. Oh no,
Oh
that's
no.
not good. Yeah,
Yeah. It literally swings wide, and there's a ricochet off the top of it. Just about
yeah.
this time, you see the gentleman that's in the black raise up the dagger and thrust it straight down into the chest of Edward. Blood spewing from the child's body.
Well, and that's that for the royal line.
Yeah. Flauros is now having a hard time moving. He's having a hard time getting out of this thing. Eusapia Palladino has been staring after you took a shot at her and hit her in the chest. Um, Eric, she looks straight at you,
Mm.
and she had been. You noticed she had been muttering something, and you feel. Sorry, give me just a moment. I'll find it. I had it. your arms begin to burn. You feel both of your arms that are trying to hold onto this rifle starting to, there's no flames, but you've got this burning sensation in it. And it's as if they're starting to become almost desiccated. The whatever was flesh is now turning into a gray, powdery something. It was almost as if your arms have literally turned into a mummified arms. And both of your arms are basically, at least at this point, you need to roll a power check. You have not rolled this yet, and you want to succeed.
Yeah. Just a second.
So close.
Okay. You have you can spend luck on this, I think.
How much?
You need 67, so you're looking at 12 points.
12 points.
Yep.
Yeah, I do have 12 points. It's probably a good idea. So I'll spend that. I'll happily spend that too.
You spend the 12 points of luck, even though you manage to kind of you force it out of your body, but whatever it is, and you manage to repel whatever this is. It doesn't matter. It still has caused almost all kinds of, it's just a burning sensation in your arm. It's very difficult for you to close your hands, pull your, from now on, any shots with the rifle will be done at a penalty, with a penalty die. And you take 4 points of damage.
4 points.
4 points of damage. I can't hear you, bud. You're breaking up.
So, sorry, it just breaks up whenever I switch to the roll 22 for some reason.
Oh.
I'll try not to do that. What about the sanity? It's not a sanity thing. It's a damage, physical damage.
Well,
yeah, that's why I was asking.
That's a very good question.
Yeah.
Now I need you to make a sand check because you literally watched your arms almost like desiccate. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Just a second to do that. Yeah. That's not good. No, that's a fail.
Okay. So. Okay, so 2 points of sanity. I rolled a 1, so you did good. All right, so yeah, your arm, like I said, from now on, any shots made or anything done with your arms is going to be at a penalty, or hands.
Yeah.
So that was Eusapia. Flauros attempts once more time to push himself out of this circle. The blood of poor Edward is now drained all over the top of the altar and pouring down into what the front of where this magic circle is. The ground shakes once more. The sigils are still glowing because you're all in the chamber, but it seems to be Flauros is making headway here. So, that said, we're back to you, Johannes.
About 1 billion years ago, I learned the particulars of how to summon a fiend. Fiend has been summoned. How to cage a fiend. That's what they're trying with the seal. So they're still left to command a fiend. How do I do that?
Well, literally, everything you need for the banishment and or for the capturing of summoning, banishment, whatever. Exactly what it's right in front of you. The only thing, the difference is that they've managed to break through. It's managed to break through. You could possibly bolster this by doing your own incantation, so to speak.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions. As long as he's in the magic circle, he does have to answer my question, does he?
Yeah, but he's not totally in it yet. He has to be within the triangle.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I would
Right.
love to command him to get his demony existence back into the magic circle and stay there. Because that makes this whole entire thing much more easier than we've got a 14-foot demon running around.
So you have the I think the command spell. What does it say for the command spell that I gave you that information?
Oh god! I need to go all the way back into your messages to me.
Yeah, I know.
That would be command. Oh my sweet lord. Okay. It's a post power roll. It's an post power roll. I must have the blood of the anointed. There we go. The blood of the anointed has just been presented to me. Very nice. And then I get no, that's all of it. Oh yeah, no, I get a bonus die. It's a bonus die power check against the fucking demon.
Okay.
Let's try that. Let's
go for
try
it.
my most commanding voice to try to tell the 14-foot monstrosity to get back in its place.
This is gonna be interesting.
This is gonna be interesting. So I'm at an extreme success. Let's go.
Okay, so Johannes, you now have to tell me exactly what you say and how do you go about this?
I'll just yell at the demon to get back in the.
So you just say get back in the circle. That's all you're saying.
I'll say his name. Isn't it that names have power over these things? So I'm flowers.
Return to the circle. Okay.
Return to the circle. It's probably everything's loud. I'm yelling over.
I command thee, probably will not go amiss.
It's actually thunderous sounding. The voice that's coming out of your mouth is it's literally shaking the walls. You even surprise yourself with this. It's like this is this actually coming out of me? And you can see he's struggling to try and fight against you, but literally without his, he has no choice, and he literally puts the other cloven foot back into the triangle.
Oh, that means now he's in the triangle of his own volition, so now we can ask him questions.
No, it's not of his own volition. He just it's not
he's been commanded.
He was commanded to do so.
Oh, you have to trick him into the triangle. Oh boy, that's really complicated.
Well, no, that's good that you worked to that to keep him in there. So, but that would be your action, I think.
That would be my action. That sounds very, very, very exhausting.
Yeah. So, ordinarily, Margaret, it would be your turn. Unfortunately, you're down. How far are you down, Margaret? As far as
I have 5 left.
You have 5 hit points left, so you're bleeding. Okay, 1 more point due to bleeding. And Lennox, you've just witnessed and heard this thunderous voice come from Johannes Rickety, commanding Flauros to step back into this triangle, and he had no other choice but to do so. In fact, it was so loud, so thunderous, it leaves a ringing in your ears.
Flauros didn't have a choice, or Riga didn't have.
Flauros didn't have a choice.
Flauros did not have a choice. Lennox like, yeah, well, okay, fine.
What do you need? This clear. I think what. Yeah, no, I do think Lennox's idea is he will try to establish a communication with Flauros himself.
Okay.
I don't know if I should speak before I do, but
No, you,
if I
you
succeed.
just roll to see if you make a connection first. Then you can
Okay,
say what you're going to say.
Connection ESP wise.
You're going to want a hard success with this.
Okay. Let's see what's happening.
Dear God.
I'm happy to. No,
Mm.
No, I can't actually.
You don't have enough luck?
No, I spend a shit ton.
I told you.
No, it's fun. It's beauty. He is mentally trying to reach Flauros. He screams for him in his mind. Yes, I did what you told me to. I heard nothing else. I brought them here. Here they are. And that's what you wanted, right? That's all of them. That's all of them.
Okay, so as you do this, you're staring, you're connecting with, and you're looking at the visage of Flauros, and it shimmers, and it flickers back and forth. And once you're looking at Flauros, now you're looking at, for a moment, a creature that's long, tentacled head with arms coming out its side.
You're not the one, the god that I prayed to. You're not the one I've seen.
You can't tell if this is real. You can't even put it into words exactly what you're looking at. It's beyond comprehension. It's you need to make a sand check big time.
I just scream. Nonetheless.
Okay.
I just scream.
Mm-hmm.
Top of the line. Oh yeah. I scream and I just rejolt. I walk backwards. I lift my hands. This is what I've worked for now. You're not the one. It's not the deal. I thought we were clear. No. No. And I just fall back and just scroll on the ground. I try to evade as much as I can. Scramble backwards. My fingernails just scratching on the ground.
Okay. All right. So let me get back to the sound. Apologies. So you hear, the rest of you hear Lennox scream, a blood-curdling scream. He falls back to the ground, clawing his way, trying to keep himself away from whatever it is he saw with Flauros. Dr. Finley, you watched this happen. You know that Lennox said something or saw something, and it has driven him to scream horribly. Whatever it is, it has to do with Flauros. You're up.
Right. What is the other cultist next to Lennox doing?
I just noticed him falling to the floor, and I imagine they're going to, whenever they get the opportune moment, they're going to attack, because they did not see what he saw. So
Right. Okay. I want to ask Lennox what he saw, but I need to take care of the cultists first. So, okay, in this desperate, I'll try this desperate attempt to get rid of the cultist. Best way to do it, probably shoot him. Yes, I'll point the gun towards the cultist, maybe take a few steps forward towards him and try to. What the hell? I'll empty the gun. I'll fire 3 times. Boom, 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 and hope for the best.
Into the cultist.
Yeah, yeah.
You can only fire up to 3 times.
Yes, 3 times.
Right, and then the second and third shot have to be done at a penalty die.
Think all shots.
Yeah,
get
it's
a penalty.
better than shooting at me. So
Yeah, but I think that being in point blank range negates the penalty, maybe. So instead of me
If you're
having
point blank range, it negates the. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
For all 3 shots.
For all 3 shots, that's the fun thing,
And
and that's why
if-
everybody wants to get into point blank range in Call of Cthulhu and shoot their guns like a
if you're
madman.
within 5 feet range, you basically lift your
Okay.
gun and
Okay. Fire away. All right.
Like,
make
that's
your
like
3
in
shots.
reality, if I'm in 5 feet range and I have a gun, I might just kill you outright.
It makes sense. No, I get it. I just was trying to remember. Okay. So
Okay, only one success, only one bullet goes through, and
I trusted in you, Doctor. You were the one to save me.
okay, so if I have a 38 revolver, that's 1d10. So that's a 4 only, but okay.
you already did some damage to this guy, didn't you, Lennox?
No, Lennox probably is.
Okay. All right. So you literally wound
Nudge
him.
him to the magic circle.
Take that back. Yes, that's right. He literally staggers back into the circle. You wound him gravely. He's not dead, but he staggers back into the circle. And you see this massive red clawed hand reach over, rake the body of this cultist from the front, and rip his guts up and open. He's disemboweling him on and all over the pentagram below him, and blood just pours everywhere. And you hear the Flauros cackle.
so sanity roll.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
No,
But yeah.
Oh.
that-
Totally fine. Seems appropriate.
yeah, fumble.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Who was that? Were you, me?
That was the doctor.
I thought
Oh, that was
me.
you. Oh, yeah. I just gotta fail.
What?
This
I
is
should
not
take a mark.
boding well for you guys.
Yep.
I'm
It's
just
not
saying.
meant to. It's not meant to.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. Tell me what Dr. Finley, in this circumstance, seeing what he has seen, how would he react? He's just lost it now,
Yeah.
completely.
So how much sanity points was? How many points?
Oh, sorry.
I think if I fumble, I get to lose maximum, right?
Yeah. Well, then that's 8 points.
8. Okay. Down to 27. Right. So I saw the tentacle. Okay. I think I.
Actually, I didn't say tentacle, but I will say it now. Yeah, that was it. What you saw, a shimmering of the visage, instead of a claw, you saw a tentacle come down and just rip him in half.
Right. Okay. It doesn't matter anymore. I think I will toss the book towards Flauros and say catch, and then I think
Did
I will-
not just do that.
Catch,
I will-
demon!
I will grab. Oh, sorry, I'm insane. And I will grab Lennox's body and drag his body over his sigil, and then make a run for it and try to get Lady Playfair also. Bring her. over
Okay.
here. That's it. If I get
All
enough.
right. So you throw this, and his reaction to this bout of sanity loss, he's going to run over to Margaret.
No, first Lennox.
First Lennox was
He's on the floor right
He-
next to me.
Drag
Really
him
trying
onto
to
his
get
sigil.
everyone into the sigils. That's his
Yes, yes.
parent
Come on.
obsession.
Come, my friend. Please stand over here. Sit. Get some
Okay.
rest, and I'll pet his head. Pat his
all
head.
right.
Yes,
So
I trust you.
Yes,
I
yes.
trust you. Yes.
I'll fetch the
He
others.
he cannot look at Flauros or whatever entity is standing next to him, and he bows his head the whole time. And while doing so, he calls out to you, Dr. Finley.
This playfair needs to be sacrificed. I feel it. It's necessary. Yes.
He has the knife in his hands and he just starts to carve through his chest, basically.
Don't die yet. Let me fetch her first. Okay. And well, I'll
Please die later.
Wait. Don't bleed out.
It's just like,
Flesh wound.
It makes
Okay.
sense. We need to. Yes, we need to unlock the. We're the keys, right? We need to be inserted.
correct.
With the
So
key?
you basically
Keys.
yeah.
Keys.
you believe that this is all a true story about us being the solitude, the sacrifice to humanity, save everything about this? It's just ridiculous. Don't you see? He pulls the knife and he just starts carving himself. He just slides the knife over his body. Don't you see how ridiculous all of this is? Oh, none of this makes any sense. Oh,
take 3
it's
points of
about
damage.
Florus. He knows. He knows, don't you? And he falls to his knees.
Well, you managed to fall to your knees right in front of the sigil that you're supposed to be on. And it literally brightens up. Your hands are covered in blood from the carving that you've already done to yourself.
Fantastic.
But your hands fall on the sigil, and you're instantly shocked. I need you to make a POW check, please.
Okay. No. I'll take a success for that.
All right, so you literally feel linked to it's the magic itself. You have no sense of Flauros anymore. You have a complete and utter calm about you, but it's linked completely 100% in the fact that you have now connected with where you're supposed to be.
Don't you
Makes sense.
all understand? This is what we were called for. This is where we need to be. Y'all, just don't give in. Give in. Give in to the power beyond this realm.
Are you saying this telepathically to everybody?
No, he is
You can do that.
screaming this out loud. And he is taking a knife to his chest and he starts carving himself.
Okay. Well, as you're doing it, when you say this stuff, I need you to go ahead and make an ESP roll for me, please.
Oh yeah. Fantastic. Gonna be a hard success.
Literally every one of you, all of you, Dr. Finley, Margaret, Johannes, Erik, all of you hear the words from Lennox in your head. And you see he started to carve himself up a little bit more, but it appears that he's literally lit up his sigil, and it's clear that you have to get there and get there soon. Otherwise,
Lennox, are you
it's going to
putting
be all
your
over.
own sigil into your flesh?
Well, no, he's
What are
just
you
putting
carving?
his.
Just hurting yourself?
Yeah, what? Yeah,
I'm just putting a knife to my chest and just like,
raking
you
it.
know,
Okay.
going up and down.
Okay. Like, I don't know if you told me before, you took 3 points of damage for that.
Oh yeah, no, I
Yeah,
take that.
So, yeah. So, all right.
Oh, actually, that I'm gonna roll for con.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yep, I'm gonna fall unconscious.
That makes sense.
And you pass out on top of the sigil.
Yep.
Okay. So you're laying there, you're bleeding all over the sigil, but it's still glowing. You feel the power coursing through your veins. Dr. Finley, you managed to get Lennox over there, and you've got about halfway to where Margaret's at. There was a cultist in front of her that had been attacked. He bled out, and I just rolled for him, and so he's dead. And she's laying there bleeding as well. She's unconscious at the moment, but it's clearly she needs your help. So that's with you. That was what your action, Erik. You're up now. You've had this
Yep.
issue happen with your arms.
Erik, get over
Yeah.
here!
I'm done shooting as this happens. So I just drop the rifle. I throw it on the ground and I run forward into the circle, into the sigil.
Okay, so I need you to make a dexterity check for me, please, because
Sure.
you're in swamp water / whatever. So you're trying to get up
Yeah.
there as fast as you can, but make a dexterity check for me.
Second.
Come on, you're an explorer. That's not the first time you ran through swamp water.
It's probably just a
Just a
bit water
second.
that
Roll
warmer
20
than your usual
is.
real swamp water.
Yeah. It's not. Just give me a second here. I'll write on it. And there we go. That is a
Ah, damn it.
fail, but I actually have
If you got
enough
luck left, I would blow it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You got enough.
Yeah, I have enough. I have enough points to spend, so I'm going to spend those 30 points to make that a success.
34 to be exact, but yeah. All right. So you managed to get yourself all the way up. You literally pass as you're running your way, clawing your way through with these desiccated arms that you can barely move, and you find your sigil and stand upon it. Need you to make a pout check, please.
Oh. It
Yes.
is a success.
Well, shit. Okay. So you feel this energy pulse through you, and it's almost as if you've come home, where you always should have been. You see, as soon as you gather the energy from the sigil itself, you look up and watch Flauros howl in pain. But then you see a shimmering, and Flauros, the demon, suddenly turns into something strange. It's this red tentacle being creature, multiple legs, couple of arms, and it just howls at you. And I need you to make a sand check.
Sure.
Okay.
Success.
Yeah, that's still tick 4 points of sanity. So,
Yeah.
all right. Where are you at with your sand?
2. I don't know what that means.
What I mean is how many sanity points do you have left?
I have 32 left.
Well, shit. Okay, you're all right. So, okay. So, Erik, that was you. Clearly, you can see when now people who are looking up, and you can see the black-figured person who just murdered Edward is looking up, and you can see he's struggling. He's holding onto the knife, and it's struggling in his hands. He rips off his mask, because it just in the throes of trying to keep hold of the dagger, and you see that this is Dr. Richard Bamford. And he screams out, "You will not do this! I will not allow it!" And he runs from behind and is going to, it's probably going to get about this far. And he'll probably try and get to Johannes.
Well, I'm not in the sigil already. So.
Nope. So he has the dagger in his hand. It's covered in Edward's blood. Yay. And he takes a wild swing at you with the dagger. Yeah. He hits home with it, doing 6 points of damage.
Okay, I need to dodge this, otherwise I'm dead.
Okay. Holy shit!
We get motherfucker.
How awesome is that? All right, so you literally managed to dodge it, and I'm going to
It's
say
conveniently my turn now at the top of the round.
Absolutely. So actually, take that back. We got one other person. That would be Eusapia Palladino.
Oh, screw that.
Yeah. Although she's not in a good way right now, so she's gonna try to make herself forward. She has not the ability to do well. She used all the magic points that she had with that one wither spell. She didn't have much. So she's making her way with a dagger as well, but she's not going to get far. So that's it. You're up, Johannes. Go ahead.
Well, I shoot whatever is left in my gun.
Okay, and you're going to shoot who? The
It
guy
will
that
be
black-
directly in front of me, the doctor.
Okay, make your shots. Which?
Fail. That is attractive.
Do you have luck?
I do have luck.
Can you use any one of them for the shot?
I
Yeah,
I
make
can
it
actually. I can use one to make
12
at least
is the
one of these a
lowest.
success.
I would go with the one that does the most damage. Is what I would do.
You know, I cannot afford that one. No, I can't afford that one. I can't afford that one. I can actually afford two of these.
Okay. So which ones are the 7
Well,
point?
I
the
can afford
3.1?
the 3. I can afford the 3 and the 7. So that makes.
So in German, we do say, "Do you have urine in your eye?"
Okay. All right. So, which ones are you doing this with? Your
7 and 3 would that be? So he gets 10 damage.
10 points of damage. Yeah. Literally, you're falling forward from dodging. You dodged forward from this, and as you dodged, you're flying through the air, and with your pistol just unloading the 3 rounds, and you managed to miss with one of the shots. But you put all 3 rounds into this man's chest, or at least 2 of them, I should say, and he falls to the ground, crumples, does not move, and you land directly on the circle. But
Excellent.
your sigil is over here.
Where? I want to crawl towards my sigil.
All right. I'm gonna allow that. So yeah, you can crawl over towards your sigil. I need you to make your POW check, please.
I
Well, shit.
fail.
Okay.
Ooh, I still have a reroll for some reason
That's true. I did give you an inspiration point. I did. So make your reroll. Hell yes.
Oh, check.
Hell yes. That's awesome. So you made it with a hard success. and literally the power from the sigil fills your body as it did the others, and you literally feel as if you've just come home. Now,
I shall say a Hail Mary as I'm raised in a Catholic orphanage.
very good. And now on top of it, as soon as that sigil opens up underneath you, you literally hear once again. You look up and hear Flowros screaming, and you see a shimmering, and you see the red tentacle creature with the legs and the arms.
Mm,
It's not of this world. It's not of this reality, and you need to make a sand check.
fair enough. Yeah, also fair enough.
Okay. Hope I don't roll high. 4 points.
Oh, that hits on the spot for me. I am now insane.
Oh, a bout of insanity? Or you're fully?
Yeah, no, it hits my floor. I am now.
You're out. Okay, so you're just laying there, just in a crumpled.
Oh no, I'll keep
like a
I'll,
bowl
I'll
of
keep
Jello.
I'll keep repeating the only Latin things that I say, which is just the Hail Mary all over again.
Hail Mary. All right.
Continuously repeating
Wow.
the Hail Mary.
All right. So, Dr. Finley, you can now make it to Margaret.
Yeah,
I'm assuming you're going to go down there.
Yes,
I would say,
yes.
Save us all.
He could, but he also could not if he doesn't want to.
Cannot influence him anymore. He's finally
yeah,
free
you're
of
not
Lennox.
here. You're out of it, man. Shush.
Well, he told me that she has to die.
Fugazi, just disappear in the background.
All right. So, Dr. Finley, what are you going to do? You can do first aid, get her up.
Well, I'll
It's
turn
9
around,
salts.
spin around, and look at Flowers. He's still inside the circle, right?
Yes. It's
Right.
shimmering, though.
Shimmering.
Yeah, this is bad.
Okay.
I have to go through this, though.
Yes, I think I will shout at him and ask him. Can I get them back? And can you get them back for me? And if that's possible, what do you want me to do?
Okay, so as I stated before, with others, you see a shimmering around Flowros, who is roaring in agony right now. Okay, roaring in agony. He doesn't even notice you.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever the shimmering takes place, you suddenly see this creature. There's a long red tentacle for a head, 4 feet, and a couple of 2 or 3 arms. It's this total alien creature. It is so incomprehensible to you. It can't be. There's no words to describe it. You can't bring a word in your mind to describe what you're looking at, and you need to make a sand check.
Okay, sure. But I'm already in bout of madness. I don't think I can lose sanity now. But I will roll.
Seriously?
Yeah, I think you don't get to lose sanity if you're already in a bout. Or do you lose and you just
I think you get to lose, but you're still in your bout.
Right, yes.
I mean, you can't get a bout on a bout. You can't.
Okay, well, go ahead and roll anyway. Oh, well, it doesn't matter.
Success.
Okay, so that's actually works out well. 3 points.
3 points, okay.
Yeah. So you, yeah, this is what you see, and you're like, okay, this is not at all who you thought it was, and that you know now that Flowros, or whatever this thing is, cannot help you. But you do know that if it's left unchecked, it will destroy everything.
Right. boy. Okay. Well, I'll turn around again and stare at Lady Playfair. I don't have I think I have any smelling salts on me. Maybe I have a few that are covered in blood now. So I'll shove them into her nostrils and slap her in the face. Wake up! Wake up!
Snap, shove the smelling salt up the nose. All right. Need you to make a con check with a bonus die there, um, Margaret. Yeah, hard
Yeah,
success.
that works just fine.
Yeah. So you're like, and Finley is standing over here. He just pulls his hand back as he shoves some sort of crap up your nose, but it's so strong you immediately quickly pull him out of your nose and just and you're trying to you're holding your gut and you're cut and you look up at Dr. Finley and you see behind him Flauros wailing. Okay, so what are you doing, Dr. Finley? That was an action. What are you going to do from there?
Margaret, do you want to
Well,
play?
I hope I remember that the getting to stand in the sigil was the plan all along. You know, if going down hasn't sort of taken my faculties from me, then that is exactly what I'll do. As fast as my unsteady, shaky knees can carry me, I make my way over to my corner of the circle.
Well, not quite yet. It's Dr. Finley's next, then it's going to be Erik. So, but he's already never mind. Eric's already out. He's in the circle. So, okay. So, Dr. Finley, what are you going to do first? You've got to come over. You've given her smelling salts. I'm going to say that's going to be your action. Is there anything else that you're
Yep.
saying?
No, I'll tell her
Okay.
that it's time to play. Stand around the circle. Come on.
Okay. So Johannes, Lennox, and Erik have all made it to the circle. Margaret, it's up to you. I'm assuming you're going to head to the circle now, or
Absolutely. Yes, I believe this is
okay,
what we need to do. Keys go in the lock.
okay, right. And so we're going to say that you made your way over here to the other side. You stare up at Flauros as you stand onto your position. You're going to need to make a power check for me. And you also see the same visage that everyone else has seen, that Flauros is not who he says he was, that it is something far more incomprehensible than you would have ever imagined.
Well,
Yeah.
I
Hey,
will
the
say that
luck!
I burn the rest of the luck on the power.
Okay.
I mean, rest of the luck. What am I saying? There's one more missed roll if need be. The
All right then.
sand check. The sand check is fine. I expected this.
Okay.
Play with the cultists, see weird shit.
I'm sorry.
I say play with the cultists and you see weird shit.
Oh my God, you really want a 6? Okay, so fine. you still lose 5 points of sanity. Okay. So
Not gonna need them where I'm going.
okay. So you all manage. Eusapia Palladino manages to get over just as you place your hands on the other sigil. She screams out loud in this horrible scream. Her body transforms into some type of. You think she's some type of a demon. Wings sprout from the back of her, and she screams in horror as a loud, massive boom takes place. First, someone who had the fire bomb.
Erik.
Anybody have the fire bomb? Erik.
I have the firebomb.
Okay.
Erik gave it to me.
Johannes.
So, yeah, never mind. Doesn't matter. We can worry about that. We'll not worry about that. So, it literally, as soon as you place your again, and you see that what happened with Eusapia Palladino, a massive, just massive explosion is heard, and it literally a flashing boom of light happens throughout, and you all lose consciousness, and you're out. Soon, you begin to feel like you're floating. But for a long time, as things would happen, you think that maybe it's over, maybe my life is done. But then you find yourself stepping out of a carriage. You look around, clouds above, and before you is the Savoy Hotel. You look to your right, you see your other compatriots, your other companions, all stepping out of their own carriages, fine and well. You all just walk up to the front of the Savoy Hotel, but as you stop just before walking in, as you see the signs above, is that the International Alliance for Psychical Research Gala and Masquerade Ball is going to happen tomorrow night. And you've just arrived. And you look up in the sky. Circling just above are 6 ravens. We follow the ravens as they circle again over Savoy Hotel and head back to the Tower of London, which is where they belong. And so ends this horrific tale of life, love, insanity. And once again, the 5 keys become dormant and will be raised again one day in the years to come. Thank you for playing The Sovereign Sacrifice. Yeah, that's another question I want to ask each one of you. Now that each one of your characters has come to the realization of exactly what has happened, you know, in the time after this, you find that Princess Mary has not been injured. Everything is as if nothing had happened. So how would your characters react, or what would they do? Would they just resume life as normal? Could they? I don't know. See what you think. What do you think would happen with them? Oh, by the way, sorry, one more thing. Dr. Finley, you arrive up at the doorstop, up at the front door, it's a revolving door in the Savoy Hotel, and you see a familiar face. Well, it's actually, you see, it's behind her, really. Her hair is quite long. It reminds you completely, 100% of your wife. It's Abigail, you're certain of it. And then she turns. It's not quite Abigail, but she looks so much like her. She goes, "Oh, pardon me, sir. I'm so sorry. I almost ran into you. My daughter here, Ingrid. We've just only arrived. Forgive me. Are you Dr. Frederick Finley?"
Yes, that's me. And who might you be?
Oh, my name is Constance. She holds out her hand. Shake your hand. And as soon as you touch it, it's as if you've come home. It's as if this was meant to happen. And that destiny has brought you to where you should be. And you see a very positive future happening from this chance encounter. Right. Same goes for others who had horrible things happen in their lives. For Erik Claritzen. You actually look back and find that you actually received awards for successfully making that trek to the South, or I believe it was the North Pole or the South Pole, one of the two. Or was it, whatever it was, that particular trek with your expedition, everyone came back alive. all of your histories, all of your things that have been your skeletons in the closet, so to speak, have somehow or another been righted. Life looks good from here on out. Okay, so does anybody else have any other things that they can think of about their characters, or if they think that's just it? What do you think?
I'm thoroughly sick and tired of this occultism. I shall never read a single book on whatever life after death, witchcraft. I burn my Blavatsky collection. I'm just through with this.
Ah, the Blavatsky
take-
collection.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I take
you're
this
taking the wrong
paper and we
turn.
move to Egypt and start archaeologing for reals. I burn all my dad's money, financing all the expeditions and uncovering all the tombs.
Okay.
Because nothing
Oh,
bad ever happened in an
no.
Egyptian tomb.
No, never. And there's no Nyarlathotep connection to Egypt. Not at all.
Oh no, we're
Yeah.
fine. We're fine.
Yeah, no,
That's
no.
for a later
Archaeology is
generation.
real
remember.
science,
Yep. So okay, so that's Margaret. What about Lennox? Lennox. Oh, by the way, Lennox, you're approached. After this is over, at the party, you're approached once again. You hear a gentleman. Well, Mr. Lennox, I do recall we did have a conversation that we were going to talk about again in the future. If you remember, I work for a few compatriots of yours. I shall say I not only work for them, but if you want to be, I'll work for you. But of course, this is all contingent on whether or not you accept the offer they might have for you. He hands you a kerchief with a 6-fingered red hand on it.
I truly understand, and I appreciate your offer, but there was this quite recent offer coming out of California just recently. Atwood Chandler, New World Incorporated, offering me a good position in Oakland research facility. I'm quite intrigued about his research, and I have to say, well, what they offer and what they say is quite unique. So, I'll keep you in mind. Thank you. He grabs the card, and it's just this mile-long stare for a second. But then it's also like this non-existent stare.
Well, at that point, he just kind of looks at you, gives a wink and a smile. I'm sure we will see you again, Mr. Morgan. Until then, have a good life.
Yeah.
He turns and walks away.
So does Lennox.
Okay. So Johannes, you have now solved. Well, I don't know. This question. That's a good question. Well, first, let's talk about what would you, Johannes, do after this is all over with. Well, I'm assuming he would go back to the consulate and all that.
Yeah, but also if like all of my life dreams worked out more nicely, I got to marry my childhood sweetheart. So I probably have at least a wife back at home, which is nice.
You actually have a wife when you show up at the front door of the Savoy Hotel. She's been waiting for you.
That's really, really nice. He also will, after this, become intensely Catholic.
Okay, I believe that one. So, all right. So,
because demons are fucking real, you can banish them. Jesus will save us all. So,
right,
yeah.
right. So we already heard what Dr. Finley. Well, we heard exactly what you're going to be doing after this. We just know that you've literally met a woman that has, if it's anything could be, you fully 100%, if reincarnation existed, this is pure proof. Her mannerisms, her eyes, it's not, identical, but she's close. But everything is nearly the exact same. And you find that she is recently widowed after her husband died in one of the wars in the Africa with of course British, and at war with everybody during this time period. But yeah, so she's been widowed for about the past 3 or 4 years, and she has a young daughter. And like I said, it's as if you have realized and found that reincarnation actually exists. What do you think you would do from here?
Do you want the happy ending or the dark ending?
Whatever ending you see
Ending.
for your character, it's up to you. Hey, if you think your character would go the dark way, then go for it.
Yeah,
It's up to
because
you.
of my very low sanity, because of I'm indefinite insane. Okay, so I think that at the first occurrence trigger of sanity, maybe I think I know what it is. We go back to the States, right?
Okay. Virginia.
Yes,
Exact thing.
my old house, my old home, and then on a nice day, we take a stroll outside, and nothing serious, but she falls off the coach. She was trying to get off the coach, and she tripped over her dress, and she fell down, and she broke her arm, fractured her arm. Okay, that nothing serious, and then probably need some bandaging. But that triggered his sanity because it reminded him of how fragile humans are, and he won't be he can't tolerate losing her again, right? That will be the end. So I think that in the coming days, weeks, he would slowly poison both of them, and then make sure he embalms them and preserve them forever in his house.
Yep, that's pretty freaking horrible.
Yeah. It's the only way to keep them, not lose
Oh
them
my
again.
God. Okay, so Margaret, you've already explained what you're doing. So I guess that's everybody, right? Did Dave lose his connection again?
I think he said
Looks
he had
like
a
he did.
hard ending.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. I know that yeah, Dave did. So is there any, before we go, I know we're over time. Apologies. We're trying to get through this. Does anybody have any particular questions about the storyline that you did not know about, or you're worried about? I can let you in on things that you missed, stuff like that. Or did I make it relatively plain as we move through, which is my goal, but
Lots of questions, but
Yep.
okay.
I mean, so everyone was tricked by Nyarlathotep.
Yes,
As always.
as always.
Damn.
As always.
Masks and Nyarlathotep. Yeah. Well, I had read, as I was doing my own research, I had read that actually Lucifer is actually considered, or Satan is considered to be one of the avatars of Nyarlathotep. So because of that fact, I thought, oh, perfect. I can lean this towards a gothic side and make it demonic, when in truth it's all, Nyarlathotep. That was the whole idea behind it. Yeah, and then
you want to just say a couple of final words? 'Cause I can stop the recording.
Okay. For everyone who watched and took this journey with us, I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart that you joined us with us and stuck with us even through the between the good sessions and the not so good sessions. And I really hope that you found the story interesting, epic, and I hope you'll come back again, because we're talking about maybe doing a new modern Call of Cthulhu mini campaign in the future. and definitely am going to be working on that in the next few months. So stay tuned for that. Otherwise, once again, thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.